Straight out the motherfucking gate. What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? Hold on, let me set everything up. It's lunchtime with the pseudo killers. Give me a second. Let me make sure all my levels good. Boom. Alright. Alright, let's get this. Boom. Let me put up my Zoom link. What's going on, everybody? We had a little bit of technical difficulties over the last week, but the channel is back up and popping. We had a little YouTube issue. All right. So we missed Monday Night Madness, but we did it over on The Real Black Atheist. But we here now. Let's get it. All right, let me see where my timer at. Boom. Let's put that timer up. Boom, boom. And let's that out. Boom. Let's go, y'all.
Normally I don't, like to talk.
Get in here.
I was just thinking the other day, I'm like, damn, niggas be hating on a nigga, man. And trying to figure out, like, why they be hating on low. But then I learned, in order to understand the motherfucker, you gotta look at things from their perspective, put yourself in their shoes. That's how I came. They say Soldier ain't from the hood. He ain't had the news on the stove, he looking too good. Living in the house, fireplace, he burning the wood. Riding in that mirror every day, yeah, just like he should. Bitch, I would if I could, but I hate that nigga. Ain't that nigga, make it look easy, look how break that nigga. Quarterback like Breeze, but he ain't no fucking saint, nigga. I can do it too, but I'm mad cause I can't, nigga. Look at him, look how he never slipping. We should've killed him long ago, now look how he living. Instead he winning, yeah, I'm losing, but I chose struggle. Skinning and grinning, he a real nigga, man, but fuck low, taking hit, he got a bad habit. A queen stay on his arm, with his granddaddy named was Peter Rabbit, fuck him. Nigga don't trust him, yeah, he solid as steel, but that money gon' rust him, and too many people love him. I mean, I can understand, goddamn, when a nigga winning, and you losing, you kind of be feeling some type of way and shit, but I'm like, let's all get this money, you know what I'm saying? But they continue to goddamn, but that ain't none of my business. But this is just me, it's dedicated to them hater nation, man, you know what I'm saying? He a dirty nigga. Bitch and give him back like he ain't heard of niggas. Ain't scared of niggas, he was raised by the young and fearless. When's the last time you seen this nigga? Yeah, he think he clean when he pull up on the scene with his feelings missing. Sociopathic, but I wouldn't want my car next to his in traffic. And at me he's laughing, it's like he's the price and I'm the passion. It's like he's packing and I'm the one that's lacking. Fatal attraction, affirmative action. Hey, hell nah, nigga can't be. He just made another chess move I can't see. He probably feel like this Nintendo, he the game genie. On FB, he always talking shit, I'm about to delete. You see me, never see eye to eye. His circle small, but he always dividing the pie. I can't lie, but fuck him. Nigga don't trust him. Yeah, he solid as steel, but them haters gon' rust him. Man, too many people love him. Yeah, man, damn, that's how y'all feel. Shit, I mean, what can I do? I mean, hey, I want us all to eat, you feel me? But everybody can't win, it gotta be a loser. So, I mean, shit, fuck it. This shit was jamming. I like, classic shit. Goddamn, about to pull up, do say in the cup. Cause I don't give a fuck. It's all love though. Yeah. Yeah. Knuckle. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we still going. Shit. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get it.
Yeah, y'all. That's my man Kent, Pseudo Killer Official. You know I mean, I'm glad everybody like it. You know what I mean? Yeah, we got some artists over here also. You feel me? Hey, Smash, you heard my man Kent spitting, and he made that beat, right? So all in-house production. The boy got talent. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, y'all, Pseudo Killers is back in the building. We are officially live right now, and we want to apologize for last week. We had technical difficulties on the show. YouTube, wanted to act crazy, but thanks to Bobby Banger, aka Uncle Cat, the God Killer, he has another channel. So we did do 2 shows over there on the Real Black Atheist. So if y'all want to catch the 2 shows that we did last week, go over there to the Real Black Atheist and check out the 2 shows featuring the Pseudo Killers. Okay, so come on in here, hit the like button, wipe y'all feet off when y'all come in the door. Y'all know how we do on the Pseudo Killers. But I was just kind of excited to be back up and running, so I had a break at work. I don't go back to 6 o'clock, so I said I'm gonna do a live Pseudo Killer lunchtime show. And I already had that thumbnail. Let me knock this down. Give me a second. Where's my camera? All right. Yeah, I had already had the thumbnail ready for a show last week, right? And then when I went to hit the live button, we couldn't go live. So I couldn't do nothing with the thumbnail. So since I did a show today, I just threw the thumbnail up. So the show can be about whatever. Oh, what I do have a topic I want to talk about. I really wanted to do a show and PowerPoint it, but I'm gonna go over it today anyway, since the topic is all up in the air. But Vance, what's going on, bro? You at work? I know you can't tap in right now. Vance is on the panel, but he can't tap in because he's working. He's making fine clothing for all you Africans. So let me see who we got in the chat.
What's good with you, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Vance? I know you working, bro. I just had to throw up a show real quick. You dig what I'm saying? All right, let me see who we got. We got Late Show 42, what it do? We got Thirsty Ono, what up? B. Lou, what it do? We back, that's right. Learn to dig. 2 Pits, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let's go. Do PK advocate for extracurricular studies? Hell yeah, we advocate for extracurricular studies. You know what I mean? Ore Grower 75, what it do? Fire Knowledge Unveiled, what it do? What it do? Gary Hart, what's up, bro? Keenan, what up? Mongo Slave, what it do? Yeah, Pseudo Killers is back. Venice, what's up? Yeah. We here, y'all. So this is what I want to talk about. Because I wanted to do a recap on the Pseudo Killers so far, right? For all of the discussions that we had. I wanted to recap them, right? And get a feel for where the Pseudo Killers fall in this community, far as wise disseminating information and arguing topics. What's going on, Pan-African Designs and Apparel? Kaba, what it do? That's right, Kaba. Kai Frey is in the building. You dig what I'm saying? Pharaoh. Yeah, I mean, 3rd Dynasty. Let's get it. Y'all about to make me miss my train of thought. Oh yeah, so I want to do a recap, right? And I love y'all input, right? I want to do a recap on the Pseudo Killers so far. I think we've been going for about 2 years now, right? And I want to do a recap to see where we fare in this community, far as wise the information and stuff that we and the discussions that we've been having over here on the Pseudo Killers, just to make the show better, just to see if we on track and on point, right? We don't do nothing like any other group or any other YouTube stream or podcast that goes out to the conscious community. We take bits and pieces from everybody to come up with our own unique show and style. So if anybody have any complaints, remember, we're not trying to be like any other show, right? We have our own programming and we bring our own personal personalities to the programming and the information that we disseminate on our channel. Okay? We're not in competition with any other channel. All right? We just want to bring the best show that we can possibly bring to the community. That being said, I want to do the recap, right? And I'm going to go over all the significant topics that the pseudo killers then participated in or, brought to the community, right, on this platform. And I want to see how we fared, right? I want to do an assessment or how well we handled the information, what the takeaways from those discussions, mainly the takeaways, right? Because we're trying to bring something unique to the community. So the takeaways is going to be a major thing that I focus on. All right. And I'm going to try to get this show out by Friday, right? Either I'm going to pre-record it and upload it, right? And then we're going to watch it live together. Or I could do it live and do the PowerPoint live with y'all. But I might get off track if I do it that way. And I want it to be crisp and go over all of the topics that we went through. So that would cover, and I got to look at my notes, but it would cover in the old shows. It will cover, we dealt with cults. I think our first biggest dust up was with the Nation of Islam and cults, right? So we're gonna I'm gonna recap that discussion and see, what was the takeaways from that, and did we bring any new information or make the community look at cults and the Nation of Islam in a different way, and was it positive? So we have, I think, the Nation of Islam and cults was our first big topic that we tackled that got a lot of attention. All right. I think then we had, I think right after that, the pandemic hit, right? No, let's go back. All right. So then we dealt with Darwin. Was Darwin racist? All right. That was another big dust up that we had. Or could we detect any racism in Darwin as the person, not his ideas? I think always get into that argument because I think and I don't want to put no words in his mouth, but I think how do I want to say this? Unc is fighting against the conscious community in his preconceived thoughts or ideas that came along with the early teachers of the conscious community, right? So he's fighting against that, all right? So I don't want to put words in his mouth. But I feel as though his argument and his pushback against Darwin as a man, as a human being, comes from him being hesitant about any critique on Darwin. I feel as though he believed that our people would use the critique on Darwin to attack evolution or to try to dismiss evolution. Because I talk to Unc a lot, and I can tell by the way he fight it that that's what I believe that's what his main argument to fight against. He don't want no room for us to want to run away from the established science, right? That's one of the main things that he want to bring to the community. So I think his pushback with me and people that see flaws in Darwin as a man, right? I think his pushback come from him seeing that maybe y'all opening up a crack for the pseudos to run through and then try to dismiss Darwin, right? So that's two. So that's evolution. Well, or was Darwin racist, or did he have racist beliefs? Right. Not saying that his racist beliefs. Well, if he had racist beliefs, I'm not saying that it crept into his theory of evolution. Right. I think we can divorce his theory of evolution, right? Natural selection, from any racist beliefs that 18th, 19th century Europeans had at the time, right? Or 19th century English people had at the time. All right, three. It would be the pandemic and vaccinations. We dealt with that topic for months. I want to know how you felt we dealt with that. Now, I kind of stayed out the way of that conversation. I'm more of a history person. So, but the pseudo killers did tackle it. Did many discussions on it. Fighting with the anti-vaxxers. The causes of the coronavirus, the SARS-CoV-2. I think we had a dust up with Polite. Yeah, we had a dust up with Polite. So it was Polite. It was Polite and what's the guy name? The Hebrew Israelite guy. Divine Prospect. All right, so I want to see if how do y'all feel the pseudo killers did with the whole vaccination and the SARS-CoV-2 discussions that we had over here. All right, so that's 4. Now the 5th one was probably slavery in Africa. All right, I want to know. We're gonna do a recap on that and see how did the pseudo killers fare in that conversation, and did we bring any light to the conversation? Did we make y'all think, different? Did we and was it for the good of our community? Then I think we piggybacked off of that and we went to Angola with Queen and Zenga. That was a big discussion that we had. So I want to recap that. I want to see how we fared in that conversation. Was it good for the community, and did we get anything out of it? So that's 5. So 6, it would be the people in of Egypt, the so-called racial racial identity of the ancient Egyptians. We dealt with that for months. How did we fare in that conversation? Did we bring any new information to the community? Did it elevate the conversation and push it forward? Then after that, we dealt with what we dealt with. We kind of still dealing with that. So I'm gonna get everything together, and I'm gonna do that show so we can all go through it and see how we fared in these conversations, and did the pseudo killers actually bring any new ways to look at the information from our vantage point, and was the conversations healthy? We got Uncle Cat in the building. What's going on? Unc Bobby Banger is in the building.
What's up, man? What it do, man? Pseudo Killer Official, man. What's up with you?
Chilling. What's going on, bro?
Oh, yeah. I heard you. I think the conversations was healthy, man. It wasn't, it wasn't one-sided. All of them. And, the slavery conversation, the distance conversation. That shit lasts about a year. It seemed like, right? It kind of it kind of the conversations was like edifying.
Mm.
Especially for me, I got to work out some old ideas that I had and some new ideas that I had. And I think everybody should do this. You just need to scratch some shit off the list. Yeah, you know, like the way you looked at shit 6 years ago, if you're growing and developing, you just won't see it like that. Some people say, well, you soften it up. That's not even true. It has to be a healthy balance for growth. You gotta, you know, for all we know, you can fit that shit on one dot. Trust me, in a lower end circle. But outside that circle, there's a whole lot of shit to learn. That's the same way in science. So for me, I got a chance to have these conversations, the hard conversations, right? And it was good for me. It just helped me, you know, put me where I need to be as an African in America, and just kind of move me forward. Yeah, because at that point, the shit had got kind of stale and kind of like cultish and one-sided. You know what I'm saying? Like you would float across the motherfucking Green Sahara and shit, and ride by all the murderers, and all the murderers was white, and the black people shit was just super perfect at that point. And I think we early in the game we kind of needed that. When we was putting Africa back in its proper context. You know, the elders, they did what they did. We had, I think you bring the point up that the elders, we actually had elders with academic training, and you know, and we should glorify them just as much as the elders that didn't have academic training, and so those ideas that was put forth in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, the group that was ushered in the Amaral Squad in 2000s, right? You know, it's 2022, 20 years fucking later, and if I'm still saying the exact thing that I said when I came out in 2005, then the question would be, well, nigga, have you grown? Have you learned anything? Can you add to it? Were there any mistakes you made? And so, you know, I think I talked to you, I talked to Ngozi and them, and my point was that early in the game, there were measures put in place so that the whole shit wouldn't turn into a cult. So I always made sure that there was groups bouncing off of groups and checks and balances. I already understand human behavior, right? The more time you spend with individuals, the more affinity you're going to have with them. That's only natural, right? And if anything to try to come against that, whether they're family or not, you're going to have a slight problem. So that's all built into the system of checks and balances. So when we had these conversations with Ngozi and them and Josh and them and Melvin and all them, right, it was a lot of friction, but they was actually doing what they was created to do, right? It was actually created to checks and balances. Now, whether individuals felt like they was qualified to do that, that's another whole question. But the point was, that's what they was there to do. And, you know, they being a little bit younger, right? There were times and conversations where they could just get totally smashed out. And then there were times where they had points, but they didn't have enough, what I want to say, enough relevance for niggas even to listen to them. And I'm saying that's really how Homo sapien goes. Like, you could be right as a motherfucker, right? And you just don't have enough sway at the moment to push your idea forward. And then again, that's why fucking science is important. Because niggas that got the most sway, that don't mean they fucking right. The point I'm gonna make here is that it was things that were said in those early conversations, right, of checks and balances, that's coming full circle now today. And so for me, as my growth and development as an African, when the shit smacked me right back in my face again, right, where individuals was a little younger than me, and not necessarily in age, maybe, but in the study habits. And the study habits dealing with YouTube and all that old shit, right? So when I ran, when I started to look, okay, my next move, everybody know the fucking story. Shout out the fans. Shout out the Kent, right? Everybody know the story. I was like, for me, it had gotten stale. I had gotten tired of hearing niggas telling me what the fuck I could say out my mouth and what I couldn't say out my mouth. And that was always some bullshit to me. So, you know, like Wuja, I tell you, Wuja, Asai never gave a fuck about what I said. He'd just be like, yeah, you could just chill. Right? So he was always cool. But with Wuja and Daddy, they was always floating across the fucking atmosphere or some shit. And, you know, we'd be doing a show, we'd have like a good elder on or something like that. And it'll always be you gotta watch stuff, you gotta do this. And this shit used to get on my fucking nerves because I'm thinking, nigga, I was raised in Upper Park Heights.
How am I supposed to talk?
Like, man, I'm saying, but yo, you know what my neighborhood is, yo, above Northern fucking Parkway, yo. You know what I mean? In the areas where your barbershop is. So I absolutely
Multicultural.
Right. I understood how to talk in different situations. Now, if I went past Northern fucking Parkway, past Bryce's, Belvedere, and I knew how to fucking talk, if I walked down the street from Bryce's Hilltop to motherfucking Park Heights, right? I know how to fucking talk. I make the right turn, end up on Belvedere somewhere, Cold Spring, Shirley Avenue, shout out to Shirley Avenue. I know how to fucking talk. Park Circle, I know how to talk. Uptown, shout out to Uptown, where Tank is from. I know how to fucking talk. I ain't never need a nigga to tell me. My mother, my father, my aunts, my uncles, you know, they raised me with fucking intelligence at an all-time high. I had to pick up the street shit on my own. I wasn't even bred to be in the fucking street. I was bred to be very fucking intelligent and to be able to articulate the fucking language. I was bred for that, right? So when niggas trying to tell me how to act and talk, I was like, the fuck wrong with these niggas? Excuse my French. I'm simply saying I don't need niggas to tell me when to cuss and when not to cuss. I cuss on purpose sometimes. It's very measured to get a desired result. I'm not just up here tripping. You feel me? I know how long I could go hard, how many years I got in that space, and then I know when it's time to move out that space. So I never needed a person to tell me early in the game, my motherfucker, the quarterback for my team, which I wasn't even old enough to play on. It was a 10-12 lead, and I was 8 turning 9. Littlest nigga on the field. Never forget it. Had a quarterback, white boy, Jewish guy. His father name was Pinky. Right there at, just before you get to Northern Parkway, right where the Exxon gas station across, it was a breakfast spot. It's a Jamaican spot now. I don't even know if you know what it is, Chef. It used to be a breakfast spot, Pinky, right? And that was the quarterback of the team I was on, father, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, we used to go in there and get breakfast with Pinky, and he used to remember that his son playing on the team, and he would always give us business advice, right? He'd always say, yo, make sure, you know what I'm saying, that you get to the point where you can write yourself checks. Don't let somebody else write you checks, right? Be in charge of your money. He would give us sound business fucking advice. Jewish guy. Okay? So I grew up in that environment. So I clearly understand when I'm doing business that there's a certain decorum you have to have. I could break you down with that certain decorum if we're in corporate, and I can cuss your motherfucking ass out if you're getting too wild on YouTube, right? And I can have the proper etiquette if I'm in the hood talking to certain individuals. So I clearly understood all of that. So the shit used to just get on my fucking nerves, and it ate at me, right? That dudes thought they was better than they really fucking was with that shit. That's the shit used to break. And I said, yo, I'm gonna let them niggas have that country ass shit. Because it was corny to me. Right? I like, and the shit was spray. Next thing I know, everybody tell me, yo, you should be. I was like, wow, when? You know what I'm saying? Like, my mother never had to tell me, yo, once my mother them raised me up, they never ain't have a problem with me going wherever I went. They know I would switch it on, switch it off, turn it to the left, turn it up. I mean, That's the function that you gotta have, man. If you're in Beverly Hills, right, and I've shopped on Rodale Drive, where you gotta make fucking appointments to go into the shoe stores, right? You know what I'm saying? I've been in the worst places. I've been in the best places, right? Traveled all the country, right? Like I would have never been a nigga getting locked up coming back from Russia with some fucking weed vapes. I'd flush that shit down the toilet before I left out there. I'm like, because you know where the fuck you at. I always had a great sense of where I was at. So that shit used to get on my nerve. And I say all this to fucking say, bringing it back to my initial point of I was actually ready, right, for the fucking pseudo killer. So when Vance was like, come on, yo, let's just do a little park. Come on, yo. Come on the podcast. I'm going to write you on, man. Vance had this dope-ass motherfucking podcast and wait for him to kick back up again. And his ass was talking about the fucking cosmos, fucking space, shit going interstellar, the fucking probes that went interstellar, talking about how planet Earth is really in the bubble of the sun bubble, right? We're in the bubble of the sun. I was like, damn, man, that shit. And it just reignited me. You know what I'm saying? Reached out to Kent, right? I was like, yo, let's put something together. And we got around to it. And then people start to come in, like you, Chef. I say, damn, that nigga, it's a Baltimore nigga. Mm-hmm. I don't know how smart that nigga is, but he's a Baltimore nigga, he's a businessman. And if he survives in that environment, around the corner from my motherfucking house, then that nigga gotta have something, right? I say, okay, I see, Chef. He playing niggas crazy. The nigga read way more than niggas would ever imagine. I was like, Chef, a funny guy. Concrete Corey came in through. I was like, damn, that nigga love fuck Cosmos. I say, that nigga kick. I say, bet. Let me see. But what it was a whole lot of niggas who didn't fucking agree with each other. At least to a lot of shit I was saying. I was like, dang. I say, okay, I'm at that moment now. So I say, fuck it, I'm gonna argue these niggas out for a year. So we gonna get on this bitch. We gonna turn this motherfucker out. And we turned this motherfucker out. But I was ready for the conversations because I was ready to say, well, damn, that does make sense. I got you. I hear what you're saying. I've evaluated this. I've evaluated that. And I can see it. I can see it coming from you. You might not be a force in the conscious community, right? But I see you. I got you. And so it brought back the balance for me. You know, sometimes when you're on Mount Olympus, yo, you miss all the fucking people. The people is not on Mount Olympus. The people are in the general conversations. Everyday working people, everyday working person is not going to spend 50 hours of his day trying to read detail on motherfucking linguistics or some fucking evolution. So you better make that shit sensible as possible, and then you better not say that them niggas don't comprehend, because some niggas making 100,000 a year, some making 50,000, some making 200,000 a year. We got fans like that, and they say, well, they can hit you. Well, nigga, you ain't making this, then you ain't understanding the world you live in. So these are things I learned to navigate around and understand. And so when the pseudo killers came around, right, when the team was put together, right, I always wanted niggas around me that just wasn't no yes men motherfuckers. Never needed that. You know what I'm saying? Vance, he'll fake your ass out. He one of them niggas that give you all the rope to you ride you and hung your motherfucking self. And then he explode. Chef, he like to play somewhere in the middle right there. He play possum on niggas. You think the nigga just don't know what he talking about, and he play with you. The nigga done read about 30 books on that shit, right? Then he hit you with this shit, and then you corner. Then you gotta be ready. Can't just be kickback chilling. Ken is an avid science of liberty, and he stay right there in that spot. You're not gonna move him. You're not doing none of that. He's staying right there.
He gonna check. He the checker. He the safety.
Yeah, he the safety.
He the safety.
Yeah, you get too far.
Yeah, he let us know when we doing too much.
Yeah, it's doing too much. I don't know, yo. Yeah, you know when you're doing too much. And then Cosmic Corey, man, he just loves the cosmos. He loves science. And so It was a group of individuals that love science. Now, when you get a group of individuals together that love science, it's gonna be some motherfucking action in that motherfucker. Cause now niggas is gonna start applying the tools. So what's that conversation on slavery? Let's have it. And damn it, we had it. What about the Zinger? I ain't never heard a nigga calling the Zinger bitch. I say, what the fuck is going on? How the lady up there? Damn. And y'all might say, well, yeah, why they say that? But the truth is, yo, if your people was enslaved by an individual, right? And they was brought to America, you would say that person was a bitch, or while you would just say that. And so it was healthy just to hear that side of the story. Now, I'm not saying the word bitch. I'm just saying, so it was the information that went behind that, right? And then, of course, there's Sosa. I cannot read a fucking book. So I read that motherfucker. I read it again. What you what? That's what Sosa like to do, right? Fake niggas read the whole fucking book from cover to cover. I call it a cover to cover book reading niggas. Right there in that spot, right where he's supposed to be. That's why the Zinger conversation was so serious. Because I could say, well, this page here, yep, let's cut this page. Let's go. No, I think he was saying it. I think she was saying, yo, we tethered that shit out to death, yo. If you could handle your emotions, the old niggas, because the young niggas ain't even got no emotion on the shit. Like the motherfucking serial killers, right? They don't got no emotion on it. They don't got the same ties to Africa that I had. So for me, right, it was important to have conversations with brothers that, one, love themselves, two, love their community, and three, was very interested in making sure the community got the right fucking information. That was enough for me. And four, know you come from fucking Africa. Without the overemphasizing, making that shit float across the cosmos by itself, the continent that float in the motherfucking black hole, and where all the wrong shit get filtered out and they super perfect. Nah, they wasn't playing that game. So for me, I just really got a chance to really develop my total skill set. And I was prepared to have the conversation with the brothers on here. And then Cedric come in. Cedric is the fucking wild card. Bananas. Expert though. Expert in his field. Biochemistry. Expert. Understand something? You're not gonna tell this nigga about no shit in the lab and what he do. He know it, right? You can talk all that shit you want. At the end of the day, man, this nigga verified on that. So I got niggas chirping right now. Well, can he prove he isn't that? Nigga, that nigga got a nice channel he on. So that nigga is represented for his motherfucking his island where he live at.
Facts.
Straight represented. Right. He ain't the mark. He's not the fucking mark. Right? And then we got Dr. Oyama, right? She's staying in the background. Right? But she's an expert. She's a fucking expert. She understands. She introduced me to all her doctor friends. And guess what, y'all? All her doctor friends are regular people just like me. They don't try to be no more than that. Only in this fucking community do a nigga make this shit overemphasize. Like if you, and you know they overemphasizing because niggas be saying they doctors when they really not doctors. That's how you know. Hey, I got a university, but they really don't got a university. They understand the importance of the terms, right? But they don't want to put in the work to get the shit, right? So Dr. Miyat is that calm, balancing force. And of course, you got CK, right? Her strong suit, she star shit. But she say the shit that you just got to say that don't nobody necessarily want to say. And then coming out of the mouth of a woman, some men don't even like that shit. But she say what she say, man, and she play her role right, man. She organized, yo. She got some of the best presentations. If I can sit down and look at your presentation, yo, for me, and I've been watching a whole lot of Game Field over the years, if I can sit and watch this shit, yo, then you did something. You didn't bore me, you didn't talk me to death, and I can follow shit, and it's just clear, and it's simple, and it makes sense. So she's great at that. She built the server for the pseudo killers.
Awesome.
Didn't actually act. Awesome shit. Like all your books in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Everything you need, all the sources you need for that, man. Like she did that, yo, free of charge, yo. She was like, this is what I want to do. Can we? Yes, go ahead and do that. I ain't got time for that shit. And she did it. It's her baby, yo. And so she brings credibility to the internet with that. Like there's a place we talking and talk. There's a place you can go conversate, talk shit, but you can get all the books you need, all the sources you need. And I'm saying that's the foundational piece right there. So when we talk about something, we bringing up books, right? They're gonna be in that service. They're gonna be in that section, well organized. Couldn't do it without her with that, right? There's certain people in the background that don't want to be mentioned that are definitely qualified, and I will not bring up their names. So we got researchers in the background. So the shit is way slicker than niggas gave it credit for being because we didn't sound like everybody else was sounding. But if you still sound like you were sounding 8, 9, 10 years ago, then where was that growth? And where was that development? And where was that challenge? Where would science be without the challenge? Right. It just wouldn't be. So these things I talk about is just very valuable. And then you got Brendan. Fucking Brendan. We argued for 2 months against Wu Jia. Brendan pop up out of nowhere and say, man, this is what the issue is. So I'm listening. Okay. He said, it's the scientific language you're using when you promote the Egyptian mythology. That's what we have a problem at. We was like, God damn, that's exact. You remember that moment, Chef?
Yeah, we wrestling with Wu Jia. We seen it, but we just couldn't, you know what I mean?
Man.
We couldn't articulate that shit right. We had him. We knew he was doing some funky shit. You feel me? We just couldn't focus in on it, yeah, because he you know, he Wu Jia, he dodgy with his shit, right? Brendan came in, he seen it, he was sitting in the background, he was listening, he knew exactly what this dude was doing, and he knew exactly how to expose that shit. And when he said it, everybody got it, even Wu Jia. Even Wu Jia, he stopped arguing. He at that moment he knew if he didn't know what he was doing, when Brendan said it, he pretty much, that's exactly what I'm doing. Everybody on the panel knew it. Wu Jia knew it. The chat knew it. It was crystal fucking clear. Crystal.
And that was the issue in all the conversations we was having. The inability to separate mythology from science. And we wasn't allowed. And there were individuals that was fighting to bring it into the realm, but act like they really wasn't. But yet you're using those definitions. You're using that vernacular. You can't do it, and it's very confusing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Anthony Bowman, all right, pseudo killer official, right? He comes in with the fucking telescopes. He comes in with profound knowledge of the motherfucking cosmos.
It seemed like people come in right when we need them on those discussions. You see what I'm saying?
I know.
They do good. Even Sean, you know what I mean? Even Sean, during the whole pandemic and the vaccination, he was definitely instrumental at that point, right? So I'm not going to take no credit. When we was wrestling with those anti-vaxxers, you know what I mean, in the middle of the pandemic, Sean definitely was, you know, because I wasn't into that conversation like that. That wasn't I'm going to listen to my doctor and I'm going to listen to the experts, and I ain't even going to argue about that shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even something. So, you know, I never seen nobody go into their doctor's office and really put up a legitimate argument against their doctor. I never seen it. You feel me? So since I haven't seen it in the real world, I'm not going to believe people on YouTube have that ability. So I didn't get into it. So I would say, you know, you, Sean, and and Cedric really, did a good job. But Sean was available for most of that conversation on the Pseudo Killers channel, and he definitely did his job in that arena. Now we might don't agree with nothing else he say, and that's fine. But I will give him credit for being available when we needed him. We don't need you for shit else because you've been tripping.
Nah, we sure as fuck don't. Yeah, you tripping. but Sean was a pseudo killer though.
Facts.
But he couldn't handle. He would always get frustrated. I was like, damn, nigga, that's when I need you the most. So these niggas is on my head, dog. Right? Like, we supposed to be here beating these niggas up, yo. Right? And then like I said, I was ready for the conversation because I'd already been through it with our Team Osiris. Right? Most people don't even know, right, that the name Team Osiris, I think Kufu. I was like, yo, name it Team Osiris. He was like, hell no, nigga, that shit old. Nigga, Team Osiris. So it was I'm gonna name it like this. It was Ngozi, it was Kufu, it was me. And then they just built the shit out. They built it out with some individuals that was just in school, just starting to learn, that was fans, right? And it took a while for that shit to mesh, right? Now I can safely say that the topics that I'm listening to is fucking on point, and niggas is not getting around this shit. Simple as that. But back to Sean. Yeah, Sean was instrumental in helping me out in a vaccine conversation. Like it wouldn't have been fun by my motherfucking self. And he took it and he produced a book out of it. I burnt the shit up, but yeah, all right, we can get into that shit. Yeah, barbecue chicken that motherfucker, right? But he was definitely there, and you gotta give him that credit. No, he didn't start the motherfucking conversation. Now I'm gonna do this for historical purposes, cause it seemed like niggas around me forget the historical perspective and how it really was. Simple. A summer, get damn near 8 months before the pandemic. Son that came to Atlanta, right? He's filming in his room. Okay, about a month prior to that, I'm in Mississippi, chilling, right? Talking to family. And the conversation comes up about vaccines. And I was like, y'all making that shit up. Y'all wrong as hell. And we battled. And I beat the brakes off them, educate everybody. I was like, man, let me bring this. I said, the community, need that, right? Because then I remembered when I first came into the conscious community, how, I was against vaccines, right? I remember when my babies was born, how I was looking up information, but there was no pseudo killer, there was no Amaral Squad, there was just the Bobby Hemmings and the Phil Valentines. So you already know. So when it comes to the lives of my fucking children, all bets is off. So I looked it up on my own, right? But all I could really hash out of that I couldn't figure out whether vaccines was harmful or safe, and I knew it was in the middle. I didn't know where to go, but what I figured out was that the kids need to have the fucking vaccines, right? And the mother of my children, she was like, yeah, they need to have vaccines. So what we tried to do was we say, well, when the baby's born, let them get the couple shots, right? But don't give them all the shots. We played that dumbass way. Don't just give them all the shots. You know what I'm saying? At one time, which was crazy as fuck because I didn't understand the mechanism in that, right? But the point I want to make here is that in that conversation with family, I realized that the community needed because all I had to do was look back on how it was for me coming into the community. So I said, this be a good space. So I let it came down. We was building crazy ass divine suspect, dove into it, but with the pseudo shit, and I proceeded to beat the brakes out of them, right? Then we go on Garfield, and Garfield is always there, right? Always give me the platform, right? Garfield joined in. We did like one of the first shows on vaccines on Garfield show. We was going against African Emporium in there. Never forget it. And that's when Sean came into the conversation, right? So yeah, the conversation with the vaccines, yo, I just gave y'all historical, chronological events, right? And y'all know how the history goes. By the time December rolled around, right, I had to go against the largest anti-vax community in the world, for sure the largest anti-vax community in America. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., right? A Delbert Big Tree, and all them stay the top. You don't get no higher than that. And we went in that motherfucker and we banged it the fuck out. Simple as that. Shout out to Assault Tep, right? Had my back. He was there. I'm buying sports. He was there. I'm buying sports. I never seen that many people. I'm buying sports for shit as a motherfucker. I was like, Lord have mercy. Man, you got to snap out of you. He said, but look, I ain't come here to talk. So he just wasn't going to say shit. I had to grab Garfield out the stand. Garfield, knocked me out, right? Her mother was going through something. She was sick, right? Right? Shout out to Dr. Oyama mother. She's doing fine. Appreciate that one, right? Snap Garfield out. I said, last minute replacement, bro. You gotta take Dr. Mia's spot. He's like, what? Yeah. I said, just act like it's now Garfield, with all people there, Garfield was like, I say, damn, he ain't warming up yet. So, what y'all don't know is, right, a star is a slow starter. Any goddamn way, right? Y'all know how he do, right? He'll use a weird-ass angle. He like Aaron Pryor, throw punches from everywhere, right? He have a weird-ass angle, throwing shit. So he had a weird-ass slow angle. I was like, damn. And the other side was banging. I was like, damn, we started slow. We had a white scientist on our side, right? She, a scientist, no emotion on them. I was like, damn. Garfield like a dead headlight because he ain't warmed up. He ain't studied for shit, right? He got to come off the cuff. He got to figure it out in the middle of a whole crowd full of angry, anti-vax white people. So I was like, I just got to carry us into everybody warm. I was like, Garfield, it's a show, nigga. I said, ain't nothing but a show, right? He got warm, right? The white boy hyped me up. That's where he fucked up at. As long as we were sitting in our chairs in this conversation, right? They just had the fucking advantage. They had the scorekeeper. They had the motherfucking, the moderator, right? They had the whole crowd on their side. It was like the Baltimore Ravens going into motherfucking Pittsburgh for the AFC motherfucking championship game. These motherfuckers had the terrible anti-vax pals out, my nigga. And they was heckling, and they was off the chain, and they was going for our fucking necks, right? Luckily, I had been through those experiences before. Luckily. But the white boy gave me an edge. You know what the white boy did? The nigga fell into my sweet spot. Everybody know I love talking shit. The white boy stood up and started talking shit, Chef. I said, oh, that's what we doing? He broke the rule. What's the rules? Right? They had us locked into a scholarly debate, right? Everybody sit down, be peaceful, chill. Right? I was like, damn, I can do the switch, but that's not my strong point. But I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, it was stand up. It was stand up. It's like, all right, we doing just strictly boxing rules, striking with our hands, right? But they don't know that you mix martial arts. So the moment the nigga throw a kick, all right, now you in my wheelhouse, right? Now I can take you down to the mat. You feel me? Now you're a fish out of water. You feel me?
Yeah, you hit it right on it. It was what I needed to give the team a jolt. Mm-hmm. And I push some fucking energy. When I say push energy, man, I motivate motherfuckers. And so when niggas see me stand up, and go against that white boy, the white boy, the white boy was serious with in this anti-vax approach and material. The nigga, remember, he made 2 fucking movies on the subject. Right now, I guarantee y'all niggas, you watch the movie, you swear this shit was real.
So he had he had the polish game over you, right? So his game is like, his game was a little bit more polished, right? Cause he been doing this. But the moment he threw that kick, you know what I mean? Now we can do this. You know what I mean? Now we can do this. I'm with you.
Yeah, he let us rumble. He should have kept me at the end of his jab,
Exactly.
Right? He should have been poised, but he didn't, He wanted to rumble. And so I got up and started rumbling. I started talking to the crowd, cracking jokes on the people, talking shit about white people. That's my favorite thing to do when I need to. They was talking shit. I was like, wait a minute. Gave them the history of disease and how white people was really trying to allow disease in their time. Oh, they was like, oh my good. Talk booing us, now he done got a chance to read over a couple things and talk about some shit he talked on the show, and now we was there. Yo, that was a great conversation, yo. The brothers and sisters that was there. I only had one nigga cheering for me, the whole audience, and that's true. Right?
Shout out to Truth in the chat. What's up, Truth?
Hey, one nigga, the only nigga, wrong nigga, stand up for me.
That nigga go anywhere. That nigga in Mexico right now, living there. He will go anywhere.
Yo, I had one. Shout out to Truth, yo, serial killer official, yo. Right? Appreciate what he brings to the table. He done brought doctors on the platform, yo. I don't know how he do it. Yo, I don't know how.
He'll talk to anybody. Look, he living in Mexico right now. He got a unique skill set, right? You know, even when I cut his hair and talking to him, yo, he will conversate with anybody. He's a very you know, he not afraid to tell you what he think, right? And he expresses opinions to anybody, no matter who's in the building, right? So people will gravitate towards that. He got a nice skill set going.
Yeah, facts, man. He's an integral part of the team, man, and definitely appreciate that. And I bet y'all thought I was gonna forget him. I sure wasn't. I know when I wanted to bring him up, and this is the part that I wanted to bring him up at. But yeah, he was the only person that cheered, yo. Yo, get them niggas, yo! Yo, get them niggas! And I heard it. and I needed that. I needed that inspiration right there, yo. Because we were surrounded, yo. But I say all that to say, yo, right? That's how we built the fucking team. Right? And the team is strong, and the team is really fan friendly because the team is full of fans. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of Van. I'm a fan of Concrete Corey. Right? I'm a fan of Altitude. I'm a fan of Cedric. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of all the I'm a fan of Kent. The way he do it, he do like he do it. Right? I'm a fan of all of them. CK, I just them. I enjoy watching them work. I just do. And shout out to Travis, man. Travis came on the show the other night, man, and I thought he did a great job. I think he was well spoken in his approach. I thought he understood what he was talking about. I might not agree with that crazy ass shit, right? But he wasn't making up some shit, right? He just was, you know,
he did what we thought the groups was going to do with each other. You feel me? He did exactly what how we figured, you know, how we was going to merge and piggyback off each other and have, you know, back and forth conversations with each other, right? And tease out the information with the different groups. You know what I mean? When he came on, he did exactly what the vision was. Like, I don't know how we got away from that to now that we're beefing and I ain't going over there and don't come in and I ain't watching you and don't. How did it get to that point? Like, who made that up? Who made it that adversarial, right? Where you're actually having real life issues with people, you know what I mean, over the information. It's crazy. Crazy.
We already, Sean did that. Right? Now, you might say, damn, you done called Sean out. No, I'm not calling Sean out. I'm saying that Sean did not have the experience I had with Team Osiris. And I'm telling you, after growing from that experience with Team Osiris, I was able to handle this. So he wasn't, Sean just a warrior. He just gonna fight. He just gonna fight, yo. And if he fuck with you, gonna fight for you unconsciously, yo. He one of them niggas to get locked up at the end of the day and for war crimes and shit. And like, you're supposed to know how to do that. But I was just fighting. You know what I'm saying? He just gonna fight. But I mean, yeah, yo, it never, the division never was to divide the teams. The division was to have this conversation at times of disagreement. And in those spaces is when we actually learn to tether out the information. Right? You know, Corey said it all the time. Yeah, it never was supposed to be, nigga, I hate you. That's why you don't. The funny part about it is, right? The Komodo crew, right? Man, conduct being questioned, yo. You know what I mean? And I'm just gonna say, like it's in question at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say peace to you, brothers, man. I'm
Brendan.
actually catching me a quick lunch. Hey, peace, chef, peace, Unc, Vance, what's
What's up,
up?
Brendan?
Peace. Yeah, for sure. I was just gonna just piggyback just a bit on the conversation you guys were saying we had with Brother Chavis, right? I even bought the volumes from Asar, Illusion Volume 1 and 2 on a recommendation from Brother Chavis because we were in the chat just a few days ago before we even had the show, and he was actually referencing, some of Asar's work with some questions I had. So even, so we were having dialogues inside of the chat even before then, right? So, shout out to that brother, man. He's like, it's always good to have that open, that keep that avenue open to have a dialogue, even with people that you don't necessarily agree with, right?
Facts.
Yeah,
So we can all learn from each other, right?
Yep.
That's true, bro, Brendan. That's actually accurate, and it kind of so whenever like Wu Jia pop up, like Asar pop up, and like Chavis pop up, it kind of cool the air a little bit. Now we might argue like hell when they come on, but it kind of cools the air, right? It helps people to see that okay, they just have a disagreement on the information, and really that's all it's supposed to be. And I know y'all watching and y'all think it might be more than that, but it's not supposed to go past that. It can go past that, right? You got to know when to knock it off, right? And so I always tell the bros and the sisters, man, look, we're in a high altitude bomber, goddammit, and they throwing spears at us. They can't even get close, right? So we should never have to throw out guns. We should never have to get out the motherfucking thermonuclear high altitude bomber. We don't got to.
We ain't jumped out the tank yet.
No, we haven't. Nope. I mean, well, I jumped out to burn a bonfire. I did. I got out. I hooked up the grill, and I lit the book up. I did that. I did. Sometimes you gotta get out. Sometimes you gotta let that motherfucker get out and barbecue. Yeah, and I'm never opposed to that. Anyway, the point I want to make is that science is unfucking defeated, yo. And so the title of the show, I see the title of the show, man, experts. War with the fucking experts. How? So I think y'all agree, I think you first gotta be an expert to have a war with experts, right? You gotta be an NBA player. Challenge NBA, man. Am I tripping or something?
Yeah, you can't go to the NBA finals unless you're in the NBA. What is wrong with these niggas, man?
I'm the 3-point champion on the playground. You hook the TV up beside the NBA and say, look, I'm shooting better than Steph Curry. Damn, nigga. So
these dudes don't know what league they in, yo. You know what I mean? They don't know. They don't know what league they in. They don't know the ledge, right? They don't, and when you don't know the ledge, it's easy for somebody to push you off that motherfucker. You know what I mean? So, they don't know the ledge, right? They overshoot their position a lot. You know what I mean? They overshoot their position a lot. And, we just don't agree with that. I mean, ain't telling nobody how to do their thing, right? We just don't agree with it. So.
It's funny to me. Just give me more work. Because I can't believe a person would actually say in front of me that the experts and the scientific consensus, and by the way, Sean fucked that up. He just give us more shit to teach. I don't even know. I don't got the damn thing I wanted to show, man, on the scientific consensus. It's funny. And it's funny, we had a good, healthy conversation with the consensus yesterday.
Oh,
and
man.
we realized, it was a good conversation, man. I thought it was one way, right? Because I'm busy throwing blows, right? I'm thinking it's one way, right? And I'm critically looking at the source that Sean presented and how it's presented, right? I forget the name of the source he put up. I think it was called something with bias. I got it.
He
You remember what it
almost
was?
had you attacking a PhD because of how he presented the information.
Right, correct. Yeah, but then I said, and then you came in, you made a statement, right? Corey made the statement first, right? And y'all was basically saying, no, I think he's just misusing this. I'm like, I don't know. I think the PhD, but the reality is, once I read that whole source, right? And I remember I said, yo, I said it could be this though, right? Either the guy is wild or they misuse it, because creationists, they do it all the time. They take a motherfucker's shit, the solid evolution shit, right, proposed by a person, and put it in a framework. They frame the shit up, right, and misuse the shit based off of their lack of understanding. After we figured it out, yo, we figured it out that the PhD knew what he was talking about, right? But he wasn't talking about it like Sean was talking about it. He wasn't discrediting the scientific consensus at all. Crazy, you know what I'm saying? But the way the creationists misused it, I'm gonna show y'all. And the way Sean misused it, Sean used it as a tool against us, right, to debunk the scientific consensus. Wow. I mean, wow. I'm gonna see if I can put it up there though.
Yeah, I think, you know, the guy was actually talking about it was the political arena against the science, you know, against credible science, right? The consensus of political, you know, agenda over top of science. You know what I mean? So I think that was the main argument that the guy was making, if that makes any sense. I mean, Brendan probably could explain it better.
He was really talking about the misuse of the scientific consensus,
right?
Basically.
Right. And one of the examples that you always hear is the example of Galileo, right? And how when he went against the scientific consensus, right, which was backed by the Catholic Church back in his time, he was basically shunned, put under house arrest, right? Basically, you know, took all of his rights away, right? And the thing that Galileo was really, really warring against, right, wasn't as much about the scientific consensus. It was about the authoritarianism that he was under, right? Because the Catholic Church really wasn't standing on anything scientific, right? They were standing on their religious dogma, right? Their religious ideology, right? That was rooted in the idea that the universe was static, right? So anything that was sort of going against that, the universe wasn't static, right? And things were changing, and that was sort of went against the Bible, right? They were using their religious authority against Galileo, right? Which is completely non-scientific and anti-intellectual, right? So that's a lot. You have to look at it in context when people use that example, right, of Galileo fighting against or how he was fighting against the scientific consensus. So there's context there.
Sean went by way of the creationist. Hell no, yo! I got the website, man. I'm gonna show y'all, but I don't think I can get it. If I get lucky, I can find it right here. I'm at the car. Yeah, but I'm gonna show y'all how the whole shit was out. No credible scientist will ever misunderstand what a scientific consensus is. Y'all should probably look up consensus conferences. And so scientists have linguists and professionals have these conferences. And particularly scientists, they have these conferences where they work out the consensus, where they come up with a consensus. And a consensus doesn't mean that everybody agrees, right? Or the majority. That's not a consensus. It's not a scientific consensus. A scientific consensus is, we say it all the time, that the data, okay, the calculations, the patterns that are developed out of the data and statistics say this. So it's never one expert. It's never the person. So the person could be a mass murderer and produce proper data. It would mean a person could be a racist, right, and produce some data that stands up. And so, like for instance, the quote unquote, and people try to use this. They try to say, well, what about the scientific racism? Yeah, but the scientific racism, they wasn't even practicing science. So right? So like there wasn't a consensus. And I seen Sean make this mistake. That there was just people fucking agreeing that black people weren't humans and came from apes and shit. And they taught that the African was far less human. And we was on a scale, we were closer to the apes. Right? The gorillas. White people was closer to orangutan. That's the scientific racism. That wasn't no fucking consensus based off of data, based off of patterns coming out of the data and statistics. No, that was just motherfuckers fucking making statements. That's what that was. And see, that's not what we do. Let's just keep it above. When we talk about the Afro-Asiatic and the Negro Egyptian, we're not doing that. We're not just standing here saying, yo, that shit ain't right because it ain't right. That's not what we're doing. So for people to bring that up, yo, is very, very disingenuous. I'm going to say it again. We're not doing that. We're not putting experts over the producible data that can be reproduced. We're not doing that. We're not appeal to authority. We're not doing that. That's what we're not doing. I could absolutely say that the people that agree with Negro Egyptian have become the authority, and every time you agree with them, you are actually appealing to authority. You're really not appealing to the data. Assad couldn't do that. Think about what I'm saying. Like based off the studies, right? Assad couldn't put together all that shit. It would take him his whole lifetime. That's something for y'all to ponder. He couldn't figure out the Negro Egyptian and all the stuff families in there. He can't do it. This shit is hard, right? So you got individual experts that fuck with Omatic and the other branches, the five branches. The individuals they'll focus on that. Different groups of individuals will focus on that. But the one person couldn't do it. Right? The one Jean Carl and Bowley couldn't do it. So that's your first feeling that something ain't right. Now, it is what it is. Right? And I say this with all respect to the great Assad. I say it all the time. That's the great Assad. But on this issue, he's just wrong. So if you cheering for him, because I cheer for him. I would love to see his shit just make it through to get beat up. That would be a win. If it could just get through to get beat up. We'd be like, okay, because then he could take it and he could rework the part that he got. But right now, look. Nope. But we ain't just talking, yo. We're gonna get to it. Wu-John really ain't even the conversation because he just piggybacking off Assad with this conversation right here. Be honest with you, you can tell Wu-John was stuck fucking with us. He's stuck like Chuck. Yeah, but we do got a clip we gonna play about that whole genetic shit in the t-shirt. We do got that though.
The t-shirts.
Yeah, what'd you say?
The t-shirts. That was the best thing he brought. When you asked him for a source, he showed you two sets of people wearing different color t-shirts. You asked him for a source, he showed you 2 times motherfucking 2 groups of people in 2 different color t-shirts. That was the source he brought. It's crazy.
He was trying to teach me, or he was trying to say that the Afro-Asiatic is okay because it's 2 separate things. Right? He was saying this because he said the fact that they wearing t-shirts, we could safely say.
In a conversation, you know how disrespectful that is? In a conversation like that, when you ask for a source, you try to teach me like I'm a first grader.
Yeah, well, that's Wu-John style. I actually didn't take offense to it because I wanted to let him know the nigga.
It was offensive. Because if you thought, if I'm asking you something for you to clear up, right? I want you to show me some evidence. You showed me a picture of two groups of people in T-shirts and said, could you tell that these people were genetically related because of the color of the T-shirts that they had on? Like, you didn't even try to really deal with the information. The fact that you thought that would fly with me, fucking crazy. That's crazy to me.
But he put himself in a box, though. That's why I was glad he did it. Can't get out of it. So his whole point was that although they wear T-shirts, right, you still can't tell a genetic relationship.
Jeez.
So we're going to give them that they got T-shirts on. So we're going to give you the Afro-Asiatic.
I can't even entertain it. When you say it, I can't even entertain it.
Now, to be fair, right? I've seen a similar analogy on another YouTube video when they were talking about the genetic relationship between languages, and what they didn't have a group of people were only wearing two types of shirts, right? Two colors, right? It was a collection of people wearing like all different types of shirts, and they were kind of using it to explain that. So I think that analogy isn't something that Wu Jiawu came up with himself, right? This is something that is sort of used as a sort of high level visual when they try to explain that, right? So I've seen it used before, right?
But he asked them for a source,
right? Right. That's a different.
He asked
question,
them,
right?
"Yo, go get me a source on that."
Right.
And when it was time for him to produce the source, he showed some dudes in T-shirts.
Right. He began to explaining I guess you would say the concept of the genetic relationship as opposed to actually giving you an academic source. I get
that's all asked for.
Yep. And again, let me do just a bit of cleanup because I know we're in the middle of a war here. In terms of what Galileo proposed with the Earth not being at the center of the universe, right?
Yeah, the he reintroduced Copernicus heliocentric model.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So I want to just do that cleanup because I've got spears and shots coming at me from everywhere. So I want to make sure I cover my flank.
Yeah. Oh, but we're good with that. We know we understand Galileo. We don't have no issue with Galileo. He reintroduced in I think 1609 the Copernicus heliocentric model, and that's where he was that the sun was the center of our solar system, right, and not the Earth. And the Catholic Church had a hissy fit over that. But go ahead, Brendan.
He was definitely better than the Dogon.
Oh man. Right. Right. And again, right? It's the whole fight against authoritarianism, right? That's what when you actually read some of Galileo's thoughts, right? Actually we had a quote from Galileo up the other day. And I'm going to see if I can find that because that was a really, really insightful one. You remember we were actually, we talked about that in the back chat the other day. I'm going to see if I can find that. I got a 3:00 meeting. I'll probably have to jump off, but I'll jump back on with you guys later on.
Okay. I'll find the quote. That ain't no problem. All right. But yeah, so what the hell? So yeah, though, it's definitely where is that though? But I will say the conversation, this next conversation that we're gonna tease out is gonna be the linguistic conversation. With the Afro-Asiatic being a phylum that the linguists still use to this day, and what relevance do it have in modern linguistics, and why do the linguists still use Afro-Asiatic as the consensus in their classification of language phylums, right? The pros and cons of it, and has it been completely overturned? The use of the mass comparative versus the what's the typological one, Brendan? It was the mass comparative, the historical comparative versus the mass comparative method. Right. Yep. So we gonna see where, we gonna see, if what they say actually holds as much water as they've been leading on.
Yeah, he played too much, yo. The Greenberg stuff, yo. Once I sniffed that out, yo, they made me interested in it. And just Greenberg. And I'm saying, for me, I heard Greenberg for the last 5 years, yo. So I understand Greenberg. I understand he didn't have a degree in linguistics, but since I understand anthropology, he still would have training in that area, right? And I felt like that probably should have been brought out, right? I think Double X tried to bring. See, Double X is too young to know how to bring this shit home. Like, he overshoot his position when all he had to say was he didn't know how to bring it to the point where I could say, all right, I agree. Within anthropology, you're gonna have training in certain areas, right? But he didn't have a degree, didn't specialize. That wasn't his area that he was degreed in. But Double X would have had to admit that he actually didn't have a degree, right? But he didn't want to let that position go. So he didn't have a degree in that. But if I push too hard, watch this. If I push too hard as of not having a degree, the response should be, yes, he didn't have a degree, but he did have training in that area, and it's evident. Right? That's how you do that. So I'm giving the audience, you know what I'm saying, how not to overplay your hand, how not to emphasize your point. Like, they have overemphasized Greenberg. They've overshot it. So now we can get them because they left their shit. They out there hanging now, right? So when we read that Greenberg, a mass comparative method, because that's all they talk about, right? Mm-hmm. When we read that, and the consensus is that the mass comparative method, you know what I'm saying, ain't the best way to go. Now you did, because that's not something that y'all came up with. That's something that the actual linguistic community agrees upon, or at least is the consensus on it. So now so since you've overemphasized that, now our eyebrows are raised because we're saying, well, wait a minute. And I asked Wuja, and that's what he gave me the T-shirt shit. I said, Wuja, if they are agreeing with y'all that the mass comparative method wasn't the gold standard, right? They agree. Then why is it that they still kept the quote-unquote Afro-Asiatic? And that's when he gave that example. His example was to show me that although they still kept the name, they understand that there's not no genetic relationship, so they can still keep the name Afro-Asiatic, right? And they can still say Greenberg shit was messed up, but they know that the work has not been done on genetic analysis. Now, have I gotten all that right? I think I've gotten all that right, bro.
Yeah.
I got it.
You up to speed.
I think I got that all right. Yep. I got that all right. And that's the trick, and that's the bullshit. See? Because that's the bullshit. Yep. That's why I'm glad he did that. Yeah, I'm glad he did that, because now he just, that's the bullshit. No. So it's our job to say, well, no, y'all wrong. Mm-hmm. Right? Because they did do that work that y'all claim didn't happen. Right. How many sources can we have? Go ahead, Brendan.
Oh, we have quite a few. And right before I jump off, I found the quote from Galileo, and it's very insightful from my perspective. Right. So he says, in questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual. Right. So in questions of science, right. So he's fighting against authority, right? Authority as opposed to scientific reason. Right. That is the whole point of what Galileo was fighting against. Right. Because the Catholic Church was using their authority against him. Right. In conflict with his scientific reasoning. So with that, I say I'll jump on with you guys in a bit later, and maybe we'll talk a little bit more about the Asiatic. I know we've got a lot of missiles in the silo with that, so
yeah, we're gonna hold them. We're gonna hold them
for sure.
We're gonna hold them.
We're gonna hold them.
Right.
All right, brothers.
All right, Brendan.
All right, Brennan, man. Pseudo killer official. Yeah, that's okay. So see, Sean actually misused Galileo. Y'all get that? Yeah, he actually misused Galileo. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, Chef, drop that link, yo.
Oh, okay.
What we got in the chat? We got anybody in the chat?
We
Drop
got
that link,
everybody
man.
in the chat. Everybody is in the chat. We got my man Pan African Designs. We got Thirsty Uno. We got Reggie. We got everybody. I think
Hit that link.
Chris Harris was in here from Team Osiris. All right, let me drop that chat. Let me drop that link in the chat. It's a nice little show, though. You know, I definitely wanted to, you know, since our channel was back up and running, I, you know, had to throw a little show up.
Oh yeah, man. Goddamn right, man. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I know somebody gonna want to come in and cuss us out, Haskell or somebody.
Yeah, nah, I think we got Haskell, yo. He shot him down. He was like, oh. Yeah, he kind of shot him down.
Not my man Haskell.
Yeah, Haskell got shot down. Haskell was like, oh, damn. You know how Haskell gets. Haskell actually was arguing with a scientist, yo. Imagine how arrogant that is, yo. He arguing with Cedric, yo. Hey, yo, did Chief X say, yo, that Cedric run a scientist? Didn't he say that? Who said that?
Yeah, Chief X. Chief X said that he'll give Cedric $50 to produce his degree. Hold on, no,
Why is he always doing it?
It's funny, you know what I mean. If somebody have a degree, they have nothing to worry about. It's all how they. Only a liar will worry about something like that. Anybody else, you can take it as a big fat joke and laugh about it. So, but what I want to say is this. Chief X, my man, you did a video and you took credit for all of our conversations we've been having. And it's like you coming in on conversation, right? And when you pick up on it, you take credit for it, right? We was already having a conversation about Egypt, right? And you came in on it. We was already having a conversation about Asar and his linguistic work. You came in on it. Remember, you called into the show that we was on, and we was already beefing with Asar on the information. You called into the show in the last 30 minutes after we was going for 3 hours wrestling with Asar over that shit. And you came in, you just end up arguing with and Asar, and it got out of hand, and you went and made a video talking about you was gonna debunk, you know what I mean, Asar. But remember, you didn't start that conversation. We was already having it, and you came on at the last 30 minutes of that conversation. So you gotta stop saying that to give you credit for these conversations that we already been having.
I tell you, shout to Liz Dose, you're right. You know what's deep though, yo? And make sure y'all subscribe, yo, to a channel. Subscribe to the Pseudo Killers too. But yeah, man, I mean, damn, yo, and Goldie, Chemo Cyrus, yo, like we had
been doing it for years.
6 years conversation though. The Egyptians, that's some Ngozi argument shit. We were arguing Ngozi for 6 fucking years, yo. Right? 6 years. The argument is 6 years old. Man, they argue. Matter of fact, Brother Josh, y'all can go to Assange's channel, right? And them two had a great discussion on Afro-Asiatic. And Nick and Nigo, they had a great conversation. You can go to Starnet TV and Assange and quote unquote Ngozi had a conversation. So that's why the Wu Dao was being funny. Say, yeah, yo, oh yeah, saying to myself, well, you can't say a nigga ran. You can say a nigga ran right up to the point he had a conversation on the fight. Well, Mayweather ducking. Gervonta Davis, he ducking Rolo. Yeah, but you can't say it after they had the fight already. So Wuja, talk to you, bro. And Ngozi had a conversation with Asar on Sarnetta channel. You can't keep saying he running. Right? So, Chief X, knock it off, yo. You, Chief X, just keep doing what you're doing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't gotta, to be Chief X, you don't gotta act like you started a conversation. I'm gonna tell you what you did start, though. You started having a whole bunch of crazy internet people. We don't know where the hell they're from, right? Acting like they motherfucking Egyptians, when the reality is, culturally speaking, none of them people that be big up in you, they just like the African Americans. Although they might have way more closer ties, but trust me, culturally speaking, yo, man, they Muslims and they get their head chopped off. They talk that Egyptian shit, you motherfucking now. So yeah, you're famous for bringing in a bunch of crazy motherfuckers. You don't bring in anthropologists, archaeologists. You bring in a bunch of people just like the concentrate, but they just on the other side of the water who have no expertise in the subject matter, and they cheer you on and that pump. So yeah, we gonna give you that, bro. Yeah, you did that. You managed to tap into another whole community that we didn't even know fucking existed. Yeah, we're gonna give you credit for that. Big up the Chief X. Big up the Chief X for that. Where the horn at, yo? Hit that nigga with the horn. That shit funny. Sit that hole right there, funny as motherfucker. Funny. Who we got on here, man? We got
Haskell on here.
Peter Bag Juice. That shit funny, yo. Why I call him Beetlejuice? I like the Beetlejuice. I ain't gonna lie, yo. It's easy. Bag Juice. I like Peter Beetlejuice, yo. I know I'm fucking your name up, yo. But I like Peter Beetlejuice. In the building. What's going on?
Haskell,
what up, bro? What it do?
What it do?
Nigga, I give it to you, yo. You argue with a real scientist, yo. That shit funny as hell, yo. I'm like, yo, that's crazy, yo.
Nah, but it's funny because I got hot because y'all caterwaul the whole show about these dudes being patronizing and condescending, and then the nigga Cedric turned around and did the same shit to me. That's why I got hot. I mean, because at the end of the day, when I call up here, man, I just like having the conversations, even if I'm wrong. But the nigga was doing them little psychological little hoe ass games, and I'm like, I just can't do the whole shit, bro. But yeah, man, Chef, bro, I don't see where y'all really too much disagree with them boys, because when Brendan put up that source from Cambridge and it explained what a phylum was, it dovetailed perfectly with what I heard Wu Jiao said, which is this the claim that I know about. I don't know about all the other stuff, but I know this is like his core argument is that, all right, it's fine if y'all want to accept it and it's consensus, that's all good. But I'm just saying that it's not a genetic or familial grouping, and Cambridge says the same thing. So I don't see. I'm still lost as to where y'all got really, you know what I'm saying? It's like y'all majoring in the minors. I don't see the big disagreement. You get what I'm saying, Chef?
See, and that's why we got to really have the conversation, because if so, somebody got to be saying, somebody is not clear on what they're saying. Let's just say that.
But would you agree with what I'm saying though? Because all right. You know what the definition of a language phylum is, right, Chef?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chef. You know what the definition of a language phylum is, right?
Yes, I do.
Right. Now, based on that definition, the grouping or a phylum is not a genetic or a familial grouping. You agree with that also, right?
Yeah, it could be defined as that.
There you go to bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not keeping it a buck based on the definition.
No, all right. So this is the issue. Now, they got you right where they want you at.
Man, you flim-flamming, bro.
No, let me tell you. Because now when we can show, if we show that they've done the work, right? That the linguists have done the work, and they show and they have been making those genetic relationships, right? And they have clear reason to call to substantiate that language phylum, then what are you going to do?
Then they need to change the name from a phylum to a family. That's it. Don't make it confusing. Shit. If they did the work, then goddamn, shit, come on, man.
CK is in the building. All right, so once we, we got our sources. We don't want to do this on this show. You feel me? Because Asar and them, they are formidable, right? You make a mistake, they're gonna pounce on you. So I'm not trying to make no mistake right now, but I feel like we got him, yo. You know what I mean? I feel like we got him. Just sit back. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I feel like it's some flim-flammery going on because they're making claims. Remember, they're trying to say something about some Negro Egyptian and all this other shit. They're not. I'm telling you, just chill out. You know what I mean?
Are they willing to have the conversation with y'all?
I don't know. We're gonna have it regardless.
Hey, Chef, just work on that jab, bro. You drop that left, they gonna knock your ass out. You already know.
Exactly.
Dang.
Sheffrin, can I ask you a question?
That boy Woojaw got that Philly shell for real though.
Yeah.
For real.
Sheffrin,
what's up?
My problem is with this. You just Askel said it a while ago. I'm not going to call any names, but certain individuals, they don't stand on the square. When you have a conversation with them, they're not standing on the square. They're outlining the borders of the square. So if you ask them a direct question, I like listening to Unc because Unc stands on his square. Right?
He's direct. He's direct.
He stands on his square, meaning that this is what I said, motherfucker, and this is what I said. No, if you prove him wrong, he'll step off that fucking square and find another square. Right? But these dudes, if you prove them wrong, they will tell you that I wasn't on the square in the first place. I was on the borders of the square. I didn't say that. I insinuated this. And because of that, it makes listening to the conversation difficult. And listening to the argument difficult. If you ask them a situation, they show you 2 t-shirts. That's not what you asked. What is your fucking square? What you standing on? Tell me I'm wrong. That is, you cannot get individual.
I'm with you, Stevie.
If we're in a conversation where people not standing on them square, we need to tell them that you are being dishonest because you're giving yourself out in all situations. Stand on your square. I love Scarfield stand on his square. Unc stand on his square. Very few people in the community actually said, this is my square, this is what I'm standing on. I'm willing to get off my square if you can prove me wrong. Stop bothering the square, man. We need to bring it out to no, dude, you're not standing on your square. Reggie stand on his square. Right? The dude, not unbiased. I can't remember. He stands on his square. Stand on your square, there's nothing.
Get it proved wrong now. There's nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
You mean the flim flam bam boom?
Hey, though, I feel like I like Davis though. You feel me? But I feel like in order to work yourself out of pseudo positions and put yourself in correct positions, like you got to be like that. You got to be able to get in that to go at people who are opposing you. You know what I'm saying? The people that don't, they stay right where they are, bro. They never come across what they need to come across. Whether you right or wrong, because if you're right, you're gonna come across all the shit you need in them battles. Because you're gonna go back, you're gonna take your licks, you're gonna go back and you're gonna study, you're gonna find all the right shit. Boom, Cambridge, all right, bet. Okay, bam. Okay, NCBI, boom. You know what I'm saying? But when you wrong about shit, you be like, damn, I can't even find nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. I can't use talkblacktome.com. Oh shit. I can't use the allmexablack.com. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit get very hard to find when you want some shit. You know what I'm saying? So you got it. So I like the fact that he got in there, you feel me? Take your leaks, you feel me, and then shit come back. You know what I'm saying? Like come back in if you think you're right. You know what I'm saying? Come back and keep fighting, bro. Till somebody get knocked off their square. And he be like, you know what, bro? You got me on that. And that's the only way you work yourself out of that shit.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, that's the fact. I love the fact that he came on and he keep coming on. And don't let nobody talk you out of it, of having that good conversation. Feel me? Because it ain't like they not in the conversation. You feel me? It's crazy. You had conversation we have our conversation over here. Y'all had y'all conversation over there, and we keep mixing each other. Makes no sense. You know what I mean?
Nah, especially when we willing to go back and forth. Like we'll do it over here. We'll do it over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we fight everywhere. We fight outside in the rain. You know? Like,
yeah. All terrain. We all terrain. We Marines, yo. You feel me? We motherfucking Marines, yo.
So, hey, Chef, just so I'm clear, you're based unequivocally, you're saying that the work has been done to establish Afro-Asiatic as a familial or genetic grouping. That's the position, and you're going to show support and evidence to that.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's get it on.
Yeah.
I hope them boys pull up.
yeah, don't let them get you with unequivocal Haskell because listen,
Yeah.
what he's saying is that there's going to be evidence, right? Enough supporting evidence to show that why they still stick with Afro.
Why it's still considered a viable grouping. But for me,
right. Now you ain't gonna like you're not get 100% bam bam bam.
Right. Science don't work like you know what I
mean? Nah. But check this out though, Sosa. If it was all right. So for example, like let's say coronaviruses, right? It's a family, right? And they have, different members of that family under that designation. And that is what it is. There's no it's not nebulous or we kind of
that's a little different. That's a little different though.
I'm saying I would if a genetic relationship has been established by work, then that's what it is. To me, I don't see how that could be be any binary thing. It's either it's been done and it's been shown that it is genetic familial, or it hasn't.
Here's the thing, though, Haskell. Even the guy that they support, though, in Bowley, right, when he has Chapman, he finds connections too. He's just saying that his argument is that some don't. It's kind of nitpicking where his argument is concerned, but it's not like he disagrees totally. He semi-agrees. You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna, you know what I mean? So it's not gonna be like it's just completely there, you know what I mean? Completely absent. You're gonna see some tendencies there. Go ahead, Chef.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this: Asar makes those connections, right? Asar makes the connections to the that Afro-Asiatic would make, but then he said the shit ain't valuable. The other day he did a show and he said that the word Kemet, right, is cognate with the word Eden from the Garden of Eden. Think about that, Haskell.
Nah, I feel you.
If it wasn't a connect, then how would it be cognates in both in a Semitic language in the Negro Egypt where he called Chiengu Bantu Cam, whatever the fuck he want to rename it, right? He showed a cognate connection with Hebrew words and Egyptian words. How could he make those cognate connections if it wasn't a genetic relationship? How would they have cognates with each other? You see the crazy shit? They talk out of both sides of their mouth. If you know what
Hey,
they're
that's why
saying,
that was his baby though, Chef. Anytime a nigga can rebrand it, that's your shit.
No, but
No,
the cognates are based on the sounds of Medu Neter, right? Not that it's classified as Afroasiatic.
we don't
Medu
know
Neter
how
doesn't
the
have a
Medu Neter
sound. It doesn't have a sound. They
Right,
don't
we
know
don't know
how it
how the
sounds.
Medu Neter
Right, they
sound.
don't know how it sounded, right?
And see,
But
hold
he
up,
did.
let me
That's what I'm
say
saying.
something real quick. See, Neb, if you go and watch a video that he did on that, see, a lot of this stuff, I don't even see why we still arguing this, because both Smash and Neb has pretty much ended the debate. If you go back and listen to Smash's video on Kim and Coptic mistakes, he right in the beginning of that presentation, he shows where Asar is in error, while the whole thing is off. So I feel like if we could just get directly to what Smash did and pin that to the conversation, it would end everything, because they would have to answer the Coptic, right?
Right.
See, I don't want to keep dancing around with them. We need to get them right on their position and get them to answer. Is that what Asar presented? Is that a mistake? Does Kimmy mean nation? And does can't come on mean black? We need them on record either saying, because the Coptic says that it doesn't. So we need them on record either showing us why it doesn't.
That will never happen.
They need to concede. That's what we need.
That's why I want.
Never happen.
That's why I want him to smash the debate. That's why I like this debate that shit on our camp. That way that shit will be on record. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think it's a debate, because if you look at what Smash presented, it's over.
Yeah, I know, but I want to hear Asar make his argument again. You know what I'm saying? That way it's on record. You know what I mean? That way it's not being done on two different channels. You do it over here. Some people don't see it. Asar do it over here. Some people don't see it. Put it all one show. Everybody looking at it. And show and prove. You feel me?
Right, but what's confusing about it? Okay, this is Asar's argument. I think Wu Jao was just tagging along with it. He's just a Medu Neter reader. But when you look at what Smash did, I wonder if Wu Jao seen what Smash did, and why is he still agreeing with it if he's seen it?
Yeah, because you would have to be saying that that Coptic. Right, the scholars say that Coptic is the last form of the Egyptian language, right? So if that's the case, then we know that Coptic is Afro-Asiatic. Is it considered as Afro-Asiatic? So if Coptic is Afro-Asiatic, how would its mother tongue not be Afro-Asiatic? See, it's crazy. It's a crazy assertion.
See,
you dig what I'm saying?
I think you let them get away when you start doing all that. What we want to do is just the definition of those terms that Asar said is wrong. We need to get them, pin them down on that, because if the definitions are wrong, his premise is wrong. That's what we don't even need to go into Emboli or none of that. We need to find out if he's saying that those definitions of Coptic is wrong. Because when Smash shows it, he shows that he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Have you seen that? Have you seen?
Yeah, I watched it. He showed the Kim, the Cam, the come on. He actually took it all the way into Greek. Yeah. And showed how the Greeks had a form of Kim that they used for Egypt that they got from the damn Copts.
Okay, so from right there, we need to find out if they agree with Smash or if they saying Smash is inaccurate, because he showed it to us. Unlike them, they can't show us anything.
It's 2 points. There's 2 points here. First of all, that debate will never happen for free. That's niggas gonna have to pay to see that. That's not the free shit. Yeah, all right. Well, that's what we're gonna need. That's the fake shit. Second point, I think you're making the same mistake as everybody, James. You're actually acting like Asar and them is experts, and you judging them from experts. Yo, he just a good street top player, yo. He the best in the neighborhood, yo. Yeah, I mean, he's shooting threes, yo, dunking on niggas on the playground, and got the NBA game, you know,
You got talent.
on the big screen beside talking about, yo, I got the record. No, you don't, nigga. You ain't even drafted yet. So we make that mistake, yo. The same mistake Sean making, right? When Sean talks about Galileo, right, and he misused the PhDs thing, right? He's talking about people who misuse the scientific consensus. You know what I'm saying? He's not downing the scientific consensus. Right? So a person that understands science knows that. And an expert would know that certain things have already been done to the Afro-Asiatic language. And it's more than what Wu Jai said. It's more than just, well, you know, well, I agree with it. No, yo, they did the work, yo. You got Russian linguists. You got different people from around the world that's already wading into the conversation, yo. I'm saying a star is great for the inside the conscious community, and he got enough support in the conscious community. So now, nigga, you gotta go for the draft, yo. Like
So,
we
yo.
you giving us 30, my nigga. You keep giving us 30, nigga, saying we don't understand. Okay, nigga, go over there and fuck with Al Iverson, nigga. Stephen Curry, nigga, and then we'll know what kind of game you got. Right now, nigga, you running on the playground, shooting jumpers and shit. Nigga, we don't know, nigga. We don't know your game is that. Nigga, take your ass, right, to the NBA, right, and then highlight. You know, niggas in college, you know, ain't no college team ever beating a motherfucking NBA team. I'm gonna say it again. No college team has ever beaten an NBA team. No college football team is ever beating a motherfucking professional team. Asar and Wu Jai is not beating up the expert field in linguistics. Yo, they just sold y'all a dream in y'all mind. Yo, y'all mind. Y'all just thought we was better than we was. No, nigga, we was average motherfuckers, right? Studying hard, which made us a little bit better than everybody around us, but that never made us experts, dog. No matter how much Sean Howard, the methodology, shut the hell up with that shit. He done methodology me to death. I'm tired of hearing that shit.
The method,
Nobody
man.
walking around got time to do the motherfucking scientific method. Nigga,
Hey,
I
you know, I
gotta go
call
around
that
and get
boy.
200,000, nigga.
You know, I call dog the Method Man.
Yeah,
Hey, or at least he got goddamn skip to Malou. You know what I'm saying? He made it in there, play balled out for a couple of years. He never made an all-star team, but we got respect for that brother. You don't believe?
Yeah.
Shit.
Right, he played
So,
for the
yo.
Rockets. Did
So,
he
yo,
win a championship?
Yeah. Skip
Yo,
to Malou.
so, all
Nah,
right. So,
I don't think he died. But he
hey, in the
showed
course,
improvement.
Boston ain't never win no championship.
That nigga was Skip to Luke. They had that game, and he didn't even use his playground game. If he
No,
that
used
shit good because he couldn't do that shit at the goddamn
right.
pro.
That shit don't work in the NBA. Them niggas too good.
Yeah, that shit look good at N1 though.
sometimes a nigga could pull that shit off. Franchise used to pull that shit off.
Yeah, a real moment.
Yeah,
You know, a real moment.
Yeah, pro. No.
And look, these folks only.
about to say something.
Hey, peace. Hey, this Kyle, bro, and I want to say this: a lot of people that are on the internet are only scholars amongst people that don't know any better. And I think that we have a huge issue because we are all searching for something, and just because somebody knows more about a subject that you know or I know, it does not mean that they are a scholar or a point of reference for that position, and that's where we go wrong, bro. Like these people don't know, like Asar don't know shit about the Afro-Asiatic languages, bro. Like I can tell you that as a person who has personally studied it because he doesn't understand syntax. He does not understand morphology. He like if you ask him if you add a wav or a lamed to a word, what does it do? He will not have a fucking clue. No clue.
So what qualifies somebody as an expert in the field of linguistics then?
Well, first of all, you have to have studied all the languages that you are comparing, and he has not done so. Can we agree to that as a standard? Like you have to understand. Like if I'm talking about C++ or
You
I'm
need
talking
to
about
you need to
Python,
study. Hold on. You need to study all of the. So he would need to study all.
absolutely.
Hold
Yeah.
on. I'm trying to get
All the
clarity.
languages the parent has, not all the language. All the languages the parent said, not every last
Okay,
language.
so all the languages that you're comparing, you'd have need to have. But how would you verify that? And is that the standard for like? I'm talking about the general standard, like
There is
for
no general standard. That's what I'm saying, bro. There is like
no, there has to
you
be,
are
bro.
making that up. There is no
No,
general
bro.
standard,
No,
bro.
bro. It's got to be a general
No,
standard, bro. Because if y'all are looking at other experts, right?
listen to what I'm saying,
There are
bro.
people who are in linguistics, right?
Can
That
you listen to what I'm saying?
no. Let me finish real quick.
Well, you cut
If
me
there are
off.
other,
So like, you cut me off when I was
go
talking,
ahead,
bro,
bro.
and I was going in. So
Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying is, and I'm going to address what you're saying. So like when you deal with anything that's dealing with academia, a person that is representing having a expertise in a field, he has to know that field that he is representing to be an expert in. So
And how would you verify that? How do you verify that?
Come on, bro.
Yep, a degree. Right.
Give me a few more seconds, please. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute my mic. I promise you.
Get it out.
And so for instance, right? I'm in IT. Let's say that I say that I'm a coder, right? I can't speak on coding if I don't know Python, if I don't know Sharp, I don't know C++, I don't know these things. I can't say that, hey, this is the same language that these programs are expressing if I don't know the languages expressed in those other programs. The same thing applies with human languages. If I say that I am an expert and I can say that this means the same thing in an Afro-Asiatic language that it does in a fucking Twi language or a Twi, whatever you want to pronounce it, or a Bantu language, I have to know both of those languages to show you that those cognates are actually cognates. I can't just say they look alike and you don't know no better. They sound alike. No, that's not how that works, bro. You have something called morphology. You have something called syntax. You have something called topology. These are things that develop words into sentences, and they develop sentences into paragraphs that allows a person to interpret them in an intelligible way. If you're saying forget all that shit and it sound good, okay, cool, do your thing. But I'm talking about academic. I'm talking about academia. These people that we uplift are laughed at by these people, bro. And I laugh at them too because I think they're jokes. And you should.
But, all right. So for somebody who you would or is considered legitimate in that field, right? Are you saying that those people, they all know all the languages in Afro-Asiatic?
I'm saying that they know the language.
No. I see what you're doing. Hey, Haskell, you are the quintessential thing that we're talking about right now. You're fighting against the authority of the academic community. You're actually
I'm not.
You're questioning you're questioning are they relevant and what makes them experts and the other people not.
That's not what I'm doing, Chef.
You can just look at their background, Haskell. Just pull up Christopher Eric. Pull up Christopher Eric.
So, like for instance, Christopher Eric, right?
And then pull up Asar, look at his background, and see like, okay, what are some things that Christopher Eric had as Asar is missing?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. There has to be a standard, right? To say, okay, I recognize this person as an expert versus I don't recognize this person as an expert, and I'm simply asking, what is that standard? Hold on.
They're degrees and they work in the field.
Okay, being degreed and working. Okay, that's all I was looking for.
Right, Christopher R. and those linguists have both. They have the academic qualifications and they have the work in the field. You dig what I'm saying? They produce works in the field that the other scholars, you know what I mean, testify to as being.
So you're recognized amongst other recognized peers.
Exactly.
Right. There you go. That's all I was looking for, bro.
Okay, qualified. And it takes Christopher Eric years to make books, man. Years.
Because you know what I think? I feel like y'all doing to that boy Asar. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I grew up with a nigga and I used to send him to the store for Optimos, and then the nigga, the nigga blow up, right? The nigga blow up, and then when he come back to the neighborhood, I see everybody going crazy. I'm like, man, this nigga ain't nobody. I feel like that's how y'all doing that, boy.
Oh, so we should just let him rock. We should just let the information rock.
You know that's not what's happening. Haskins just made that shit up.
So
You know that's not what's happening.
Same thing to Dane Calloway.
I think y'all too familiar with him to look at him in that light, bro. Because Greenberg ain't had no degree.
That's not the case though, bro. Like
Man,
I don't like
look,
me personally, bro. I don't
Greenberg's
know the guy.
background, though. Look at the man's background. Like y'all just being like this person wasn't a linguist. He did have a degree. He didn't go to school to be a linguist. But y'all be ignoring the man whole background to go with the other shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. Like you do not have to go to school to be a linguist, like because you can know multiple languages without like most people that live in Africa and Europe, they know multiple languages and they can make these determinations. What I'm saying specifically is, does this guy know the language that he's asserting that is a cognate? Like that's all I'm asking. Like if he does not know Hebrew, how the fuck are y'all accepting him speaking on that language as an authority? That's all I'm asking, because I do not know Russian. If I was to say to y'all that, hey man, this word means the same thing in Russian, and y'all don't question me, y'all are fucking idiots. You know what I'm saying? Like, no disrespect.
Greenberg spoke Hebrew, right? Greenberg spoke Hebrew. Yeah. I think he spoke Hebrew too. He spoke Hebrew.
All right. I don't know much about linguistics as an overall field, but I want to say that's wrong, Kyle. I think you're conflating.
Wait. Stop right there. Stop right there. Let me tell you where you're going wrong at. Because you don't know much about linguistics, and you are telling me I'm wrong. Like,
well, you don't know much either. You don't know much either.
Listen to what I do. I do this for a living. Are you aware of that?
You do linguistics for a living?
Yes, I do computer program. That's linguistics, bro. You have
but you're not a linguist.
Listen to what I'm saying. Because I have the ability to learn and speak multiple languages. The difference is I don't speak languages to humans. I speak them to computers.
Well, I'm speaking in the context of human languages, bro. You don't have expertise there.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I understand. I can write. I can interpret Hebrew. I can interpret Aramaic. I can also speak.
So do you? So you speak Hebrew and Aramaic?
I can show you the videos of me doing.
Are you fluent?
Okay, so like first of all, let me back
you're
up.
not.
No,
you're not.
Listen.
Let him get it out before you challenge him, bro. Allow me to cut me.
Nah, but he's shuffling. So he's shuffling.
No, I'm not.
Nah, because you have pushing up, bro. Let him get it out.
Listen, biblical Hebrew that I said I spoke or read is not a spoken language. So if you don't understand that, you don't understand the base of my conversation. Do you understand that? Like if you want to talk about Hebrew, you want to deal with like that's what I'm saying. Like y'all have so little knowledge of these things, but you complain about the person who has the knowledge. Like if you want to speak Hebrew to a person, you want to speak Farsi, or you want to speak what's the shit that the Germans speak?
Okay, hold on. Can go. Hold on, let me ask you a question. You say you're a linguist, right? So can you use proto-brand to reconstruct meta nature?
Man, he ain't gonna know that, bro.
Can I use Proto-Bantu to reconstruct Meta? No, because they were evolved in different environments. They may have some similarities because of the construct, but they're not going to be the same language, and you're not going to see a lot of similarities from a place that was developed on the west coast of Africa 3,500 years apart from the inception of the Metaneta language. So like you may see some things that are similar, but the similarities not prove that these languages were constructed from the same root source. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like if you go to C+ or C++, or if you go to Python, you're going to find some similarities, but these languages that for computers were developed completely separately, but they're going to have some type of origin because we all are humans and we have a commonality. And that's what we all are missing, because we have commonalities in all these languages. And you believe for some reason that, oh, this is like, hey, it gotta come from the black people. That's not how that works, bro. It's not how any of this works.
I think that was a long answer. It really didn't answer the question. But if you would listen to somebody that really studies linguistics like Ned and Neb, he basically eliminates Proto-Bantu because he says it's a fake language. He said it's not even a real.
James, in this over here, he a blacktop nigga too.
Who you talking about? You talking about
Ned and Neb? Yeah. But
see, what you can't do is you can't have your personal feelings in something dealing with scholarly information.
Yeah, but I'm talking about by the standards.
Analyze both of the arguments.
A blacktop nigga, bro.
But you don't. But I'm saying, and so you're saying that his analysis of Proto-Bantu being a fake language is not correct?
Not me. I'm telling you, by the standards that the pseudo killers are applying, he would fall in that category, bro. He's not. Well, let me not speak out of turn. Is he degreed?
No, but I think he studies, and I think he's trying to get his degree. Unlike Kassar, I think he's definitely trying to get. I don't know if you have a personal thing. I don't see with none of these guys. I don't worship neither one of them. I don't think
you heard what I said. I'm not. This is not me. I'm saying by the standards that the pseudo killers have, the one that Brother Sheffrin just outlined, Ned or Neb would not qualify. Not me.
So
can somebody back me up? Can one of the pseudo killers back me up on that?
There goes Sheffrin right there. I mean, he ain't saying nothing. So that's what I think. I know what you're saying. You're saying he doesn't have a degree, so he falls up under the same category.
Not me.
Okay. I get what you're saying. Hold on. But what I'm saying is when you do the analysis between both of those guys, which is the SAR and Ned and Neb shows he does not actually just put his own thoughts out there. He shows the linguistic methods, the standard linguistic method. He's not using something based on what he thinks, like a SAR. A SAR never shows us a linguistic method to show you why something is wrong. I think Ned and Neb does a better job at that than what a SAR does. Taking out the personal feelings, because I know Ned and Neb can be somewhat confrontational. So I know what you're saying about that. Only thing I'm talking about is the information. That's all I care about. I don't care about nothing else. I don't care about personalities. I don't care about none of that. I want to know who's right and who's wrong.
Sosa, are you there, Sosa?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you consider Ned and Neb a linguist?
No, I don't know his what he's done, so I can't speak on it, but I don't think so.
Okay, Chef. Anybody else? Kayal?
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do actual linguists consider him a linguist? Because that's my standard. Like, if I'm a historian, do other historians validate my claim of being a historian? Like, and so do other people that are in that field, like, do they align with his position? Like, that's what you gotta ask yourself.
Well, Kyle, real fast, real quick. And I don't want to cut nobody off, but Kyle, you're actually degreed in the field you work in. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
And I never forget, you was like, hold on, yo, they talking about this, man, and all that. Let me show you. Yo, you broke out the expert shit. and you did it in 2 minutes. It was stupid as hell. I was like, oh, that's down to 5G. She was like, come on, yo. That's the difference, though. That, like, you had command of the literature. Like, all jokes aside, you had the right information, and you taught me that shit in 2 minutes. Or, like, why this point right here, the politest make it don't even make no sense. You went into the fucking rules and regulations. You was like, first of all, you can't even have that amount based off of this regulation. regulation, that regulation. The everyday old average fucking person don't know that, bro. So I don't know if Haskell trying to be funny, right? Like you're an expert at what you do, and to ask the question, like you said, you have a degree. You know what I'm saying? You have training. Listen, you have training in the field amongst experts. It's on Netanyahu, right? He's not an expert. Now he's better than the average nigga. Ain't nobody now definitely that. He's definitely better than the average person, right? And so the conversation between Netanyahu and Assad, that's a fair conversation. That's a fair conversation. Like I've sat down and I've gotten information, learned shit from Netanyahu. But I'm saying I wouldn't consider him an expert at all. And that's just not a shot. In no way, shape, or form, let me say this so everybody fucking listen, I'm not a fucking expert at biological human evolution. Right? Like, I'm not that. I'm not even trying to act like I'm that. I'm a novice at best. And then there's a fucking level for a novice. See, y'all don't even know that. So we niggas talking about astronomy, right? And how, non-expert astronomers finding planets and shit, but they be novice. But I bet you Anthony Bowen brush y'all motherfucking ass on astronomy. He's a novice. He spent money on $2,000-$3,000 on telescopes. The average dude running around you're just not doing that, yo. So I just think the conscious community fell back into the same space that it was in when I came in. And my job was to change that shit. Nah, man, look at the universities. Yo, you know how many universities you got with online libraries you can go to? Shout out to brother Reggie, that actually took me to a fucking museum and said, yo, you do know, nigga, in the museum they got full libraries, catalogs and shit they got. I was like, really? Yeah. He said, yo, we was in Philly. He said, hey, pull the curtain back. I pulled the fucking curtain back, the fucking library. An expert would fucking know that. So I'm making a point. When I came into the conscious community, everybody was an expert. I know y'all remember these moments. Malachi York was an expert. Fucking the Duke of Tears was an expert. Ali Muhammad was an expert. Bobby Hemmings was an expert. Right? And we didn't know nothing different. We thought the niggas knew what they was talking about. And it took me being into a cult and running across some experts today. Man, niggas don't know what the fuck they were talking about. That's why I was like I was talking Japanese when I came to the community. Like, what the fuck? Niggas call me all kind of shit. You're a turncoat, you're Uncle Tom, and then I cuss a nigga out. After I cuss enough niggas out, then you don't say that shit because the conversation ain't gonna get finished. So I'm just trying to show you that we can't get back to the point where people are now experts without the proper training and the proper rigor to be an expert. We can't have people speaking against the experts as if experts don't make mistakes, as if experts are flawless. No, they bring out these points because they're trying to downgrade the experts. They're trying to downgrade the scientific consensus. They're trying to do that so they can just slide their shit on in. Nah, dog. No, we're going to keep the standard the fucking standard. I don't want to hear that shit. Yeah, yo, you just as good as Mike Tyson. Nigga, go get your shit promoted and get in the ring. Don't talk to me. Don't talk me to death. Everybody done beat up a linguist on the post. Yeah, just like you Haskell, you done beat up Whisper Comment last night, Cedric last night. You ain't beat Cedric up. You just got beat up and didn't even know it. But in your mind, to people who don't really understand your conversation, right? You'll say, I got him. In your mind, you really think that, let me finish my point. In your mind,
I was out on my feet, huh?
Yeah, you was out on your feet, nigga. You ain't even know it's funny as shit. You are, though. But guess what, Haskell? But it's okay. And I'm not even throwing that because we all have been, dog. Like, I swear to goodness, yo, this how I learned being out on my feet, yo. Like we've all been there. The community was based around Everybody being out on their feet against the competition for real, for real.
Yeah,
That's the funny shit, dog.
hey, Uncle Tom, he think he keep fighting. No, hey, it's over, bro. I'm good. Nah, look, it's over, bro.
Yeah, like, yeah, I think
Over,
this
yo.
whole
It's over with,
community
bro.
this whole community suffers from something that's called Dunning-Kruger's disease, right? If y'all take the time to look up Dunning-Kruger's disease or
Yeah, we did a show
Dunning-Kruger's
on it. We did a show on that before.
yeah, I've been
The
talking
Kruger effect. Yeah.
This is exactly what we're talking about right now. We're talking about people who are not experts, that do not have time in the field, that think they know because they have some information, they believe they know, and they have enough confidence to challenge people who have been in these fields to know the intricate details of these fields. And like I would say to y'all, man, take a step back, bro. Not whoever is going against this, take a step back from your emotional position and learn more before you challenge somebody, because you sound foolish to people who actually know this stuff. This is why when y'all go on these posts, these experts, they laugh, they don't even respond back, and people get this confidence because he ain't even respond back to me, I shut him up. No, he's laughing at you. They're laughing at you because you sound so ignorant. And for me, that's disheartening, man. The fact that you can take your ignorance and have so much pride in it, bro. Why would you challenge an expert when you've been studying this for 6 months? That's crazy.
Hey, I will say this though, considering how long Asar has been at this type of thing, and the fact that he's writing books in the field, I do find it disconcerting that he wouldn't just go ahead and get the degree since you're so invested. You know what I'm saying? That will go a long way.
I agree. I feel that if he had that amount of work in the field and the other people in his field agree with him, he would be able to get a degree with no problem. Because what they have in college now, you can use your practical work experience towards your degree. So if Asar is writing these books, they're gonna say, hey, this guy's on this level, we're going to give him these credits for these classes and escalate him to a master's level based on his experience. But I don't see that happening. And if anybody believes that's not possible, go to any college campus and ask, do y'all accept practical experience? Because they do. All of them do. Every last one of them. So I don't need to hear that about him not being able to get a degree, because if he actually had truth in what he was saying, he would be awarded a degree.
This is what I would say, Kyle. If I would want him to just go the conventional route, just take the class, because if you're breaking new ground in a field, the bias of the group is they're not going to accept his work. You know what I'm saying? And from what I know of science, all of the major advances were made by mavericks who went against the grain. But
you made it up.
Wait. Hold on. He's right, but he's wrong as fuck. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Right? Let me tell you, but I'm gonna tell you why you're right first, all right? So you're right that the mavericks are the ones that go against the consensus of the community, right? But the key thing that you're missing is that those mavericks have to be accepted in the field to show that they have a foundation to prove that everyone else is wrong. What these brothers are doing, they disregard the foundation, and so they're wrong at the base level.
But that's what
let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I'm gonna be quiet. I promise you. And what I'm saying is, at the base level of understanding, they are completely wrong, and they're building upon a false premise. This is why they're being laughed at by academia, because the premise is wrong, and so anything that you add to that premise is just gonna make you a laughing stock of the academic community. But go ahead, bro. Do your thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, with his already the work he's already done, they're not gonna accept it. We agree on that. Period.
No,
right?
we don't. No, we don't agree on that. No, we don't. Hey, come on, yo, you just can't. You can't.
They're not gonna recognize Chi and an N2, bro.
No, yo, listen what I want to tell you. You can't show up on Monday morning for the Lakers. You can't just show up at the door and say, yo, I want to play on the Lakers, yo. You do know that, though, right?
Nah, facts. You can't even get a tryout like that.
Right. So then what's the difference, yo? You get paid money. You affect lives. That's the same shit. So we looking at it wrong. And so even when we say the Mavericks, yo, it's not that. It's not a nigga that came out of nowhere and taught itself that overturned fucking minus signs. Yo, like that's not going down. Show me where that happened. I'm waiting for the example, yo.
Right.
That's what
I'm saying.
You're making it up.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. He should just go ahead, get the degree the conventional route. That would at least give him some kind of gravitas.
Give him a base level
to
to stand on. Yeah, hey, Chef, let me in on my other phone if you listen. Let me in on my other phone. That's me.
Listen, bro. Listen, we all know, yo, that instead of Assad doing his degree in computer science, he should have did a degree in linguistics, yo. It don't even make no. He should at least took a minor in linguistics. I mean, you get my point, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We saying the same thing. He could do it right now.
So,
ain't nothing stopping him from doing it right now.
Right. So, but I ain't gonna tell a man what he got to do. I'm saying is there's steps to it. So Haskell, I'm gonna ask you, yo, give me a scientist, right, that just totally overthrew something. Now, don't tell me about how scientific racism was overthrown. This shit wasn't even science, yo. And I think those who read the book, The War Against the Experts, no, it's called The War Against Science, right? It clearly talks about how that's a misnomer that motherfuckers just overthrow the field. What normally happens, and I'm not speaking absolutes, right? Because somebody find something. But what normally happens is a person to come with a groundbreaking idea, but even that idea is connected to the idea that you know what I'm saying, that they adding to, right? And so just like the Big Bang. So how would you ever overthrow the Big Bang theory? Right. You would first have to come up with a theory, right, that explains everything that the Big Bang explains. Everything. Right? And then add to the Big Bang, add the information that we don't know. That's how you will overturn, right, a scientific theory. You're not coming in with a theory that don't explain everything that the Big Bang explains, but the shit is groundbreaking, brand new. It's just a whole other way of explaining the universe. Coming to a beat. No, nigga, that's not happening. That's a bunch of malarkey, yo. And that's how people, and I'm not saying it's on them, but that's how we actually looking at this situation, yo. Because we cheer don't nobody cheer for niggas in the Amaral Star more than me. Who would cheer more than me? So don't get it fucked up. Right? Don't make something out of something that ain't there. I'm simply saying, on this right here, I can't put my name behind it. Now, if we change the approach, right, meaning not acting like it's there, not acting like it has to overturn something, then I can go right back and shut the fuck up. But now, you know, you got people running their mouth. That's for them. Oh, you don't understand. Oh, you stupid. Oh, I'm stupid. Let me show you how stupid I am. Let me show you how dumb I am. Well, I might be dumb in what you're saying, but I'm sure it's something smart enough to know that shit ain't adding up with the fucking experts I got. I'm smart. I'm dumb. I'm dumb because you're right. You can't convince me. But boom, bam, 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 boom. You're right. You definitely can't convince me. You're right. I'm dumb. I don't understand. You're right. But I'm clear enough to understand what the argument is now, and I'm clear enough to know that shit ain't moving the fucking needle. Simple as that.
Right. But
it didn't overturn nothing.
To your point, brother, you know, before you could even be a maverick, you got to have some standing, right? If you don't have any standing, then you're not even gonna get a tryout. And you might just very well be the illest nigga that ever lived, but no one would ever know. So you got to get the standing first, right? And that was my point about him going to get that degree. At least now you have a little some legitimacy to challenge. Because right now they wouldn't even look at his shit. They wouldn't, because you're just a nigga off the street. I'm not even gonna look at it.
Yeah, they're gonna stay. Yeah.
And some folks had looked at it, saw it and rejected it. You know what I'm saying?
Certain people on the other level, they'd be like, nah, you can't put that here, bro. Like, nah, you can't put that on.
The experts actually reject it.
So they'd be like, nah.
Yeah. Nah.
Because look, I made an analogy last night, bro, and y'all get triggered. I don't want to go down no rabbit holes, and I don't want nobody blaming me.
It's a bad analogy.
Because I don't want to do that.
I know, so don't use that. Don't use that analogy. Use a different analogy.
I got to be able to use the analogies that I want to use. But my point is this. My point last night was, if a man with that kind of standing and legitimacy in the field, if they were maligning him and clowning him like that, much less a nigga off the street, you have no shot. None.
But he didn't have any. He didn't have any standing in terms of he did not do the work. He wasn't in that field.
No, but I'm saying again, Sosa. My point
I understand the point you're making, Hassan, but my point is that
but for you to even listen, he had more than enough standing to get a tryout.
Yeah,
he
but
he could be in the stadium. He could be in the
You mean like Jordan? You mean like Jordan, right?
But there's another level he had to go to, though. There's another level he had to go to.
That's
you got to
now
you got to try out. Now you got to go to the tryouts.
Asar would be the nigga at the local park compared to this dude. You get what I'm saying? So if a dude who is a good player, let's say he above the G League or the D League, but he's a nigga that's a rotational. Let's say he's a rotational player, right? But he ain't no all-star, none of that shit. But at least he's in the building, and if he has an opportunity to move up. If I'm the nigga at the local park, they ain't even going. They going what?
You're a nigga at the local park.
Let me ask you a quick question.
You talking about Michael Jordan? Hold on, let me say this. You talking about Michael Jordan, right? So Michael Jordan had enough standing in professional sports where Major League Baseball gave him a tryout. That's basically, and that speaks to both y'all points. Just because nigga your ass is the greatest basketball player, nigga, sure as fuck one of the greatest baseball players. Your ass, you was in trouble. And that's what Sosa is saying, and that's what y'all both. That point right there should handle both of that.
But that's what I'm saying.
What he had to do, that motherfucker had to start off at the goddamn minors.
If he was a Michael Jordan,
and work his way up,
wouldn't even gave him a shot.
That's respect, though, of course.
Okay, check this out.
That's my point.
What they did was they put their work in a book. They said that the scholarly consistency to put your work in the book for it to be analyzed. I don't like going around beating around the bush about stuff. I mean, what he's put out is up for analysis, and it's been analyzed by somebody in our community, and they showing simplistically that where his errors is. I don't know why we just can't focus in on where the error is and get him to explain the error, if it's wrong or if it's right. We don't even really have to go.
I know. Won't you do it, James?
Because they don't respect me because they say
he's saying that Neb already did it. That's his point.
No. What I'm saying,
hold on.
Smash did it.
But what Asar is saying is like, yeah, there's other people in the field that agree with him, right? So then you should get the thing that he should do is go get them. He should go get those guys.
No. You don't have to go get them. What I'm saying, brother, this is what is crazy because y'all not understanding what I'm saying. You have people like Smash and Neb have put forth challenging arguments right now. You need to get them to answer those specific questions now. Like, why do we got to keep going around the bush?
But if Asar gives a response that they don't agree with, and Asar said, "I'm right," and they said, "No, I'm right," then where are you?
Because what he did was what Jonathan did, what the brother did was he went straight to the Crumbs Coptic dictionary. So you saying that the dictionary definition of it is wrong, and that's what Asar said?
So are you saying that Asar is going to see that and be like, okay, bro, I'm wrong. Let me just scrap
that's what we need to get him to do. We need to see if he's going to say that the Crumbs dictionary and other dictionaries on those terms, which is KMOM and KAMI, if those definitions that he put in his book is correct or wrong. It's as simple as that. He's got his work in a book. So why can't we just ask them for that first? You know what I'm saying? Instead of going into things that's more complicated that they can jump around, because that's what they're gonna do.
Yo, you can, yo, but you just don't understand, yo.
Oh, okay. Now I got a really good comprehension. That's what they say.
You know I'm saying when
they
a star get on there
can't
with Smash, bro, they gonna get the yelling, arguing. Like they Smash tried that already, bro. Like the shit gonna get crazy.
No, they never answered Smash when he did that video. I haven't seen, and I went on.
That's because the shit got crazy beforehand.
I went in the chat and I asked them these specific questions, and they act like they can't read when I asked them for the, even I asked Emmy Cat. She knows how to read the meta nature. So I asked, I said, does this mean nation? And does this mean? She said, I'm not answering no question. You need to go get the book. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, you know what I'm saying? You got somebody.
James, that's the protocol. You know that's the protocol, yo. You act like you don't know the rule, nigga. The rule is buy the book, nigga.
Right.
Damn, well, can we get a teacher's edition, nigga? Can we get some?
Yeah, that's what. But see, they always play us like we can't comprehend what they're saying, but we're listening to two sides of an argument, and we can comprehend the other side well. We just can't comprehend y'all side. Y'all don't show any type of documentation or any type of methodology to show us how you got to your conclusion. So when you look at Netanyahu, and he'll say that the Proto-Bantu is the fake language that he's trying to make cognate with Sumerian, which is the dead language, and that's not the way that you even do linguistics. You have to use what did he say? A living language. You have to use a living language to be able to decipher the metadata. You can't use a dead language or a fake language. So he's showing you the linguistic way of doing things, but some people don't see, I don't know if they watch the brother or what's going on, but they are simplifying this so we can understand it. But nobody's really looking and listening to the people that are challenging them in a scholarly way.
Yo, we is listening. That's why we're here, yo. I'm here in support of Smash Rockwell, yo.
Right, I know that. I'm just saying, I want to get this shit over with. I want them to go watch what Smash and them said and tell us why what they put in that book is right or wrong.
Can't make it. But look, I'm way more bougie than that, bro. Like, if a nigga tell me he a boxing champion, I'm gonna just go get a champion boxer with a belt and be like, win that belt, nigga. Like, I'm simple with the shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can say what you want. I can see all the talent you got on the outside of the ring. Yeah, you nice, bro. But I don't respect it. That nigga's a lightweight champ. Beat that nigga. That's it.
Right.
If you ain't trying to beat him, I don't want to talk.
You know what a good example is, yo? We just seen it watching Javante Davis, right? Fight against Rolly. What you really witnessed was two different levels at play. You witnessed a champion at his sport at the highest level. He's a fucking champion, right? Although people don't necessarily give him his credit pound for pound, it don't even fucking matter because he's the champion. A two-division champion. Been that way since he was fucking, 19 or some shit, right? Rolly, power, definitely got power, you know what I'm saying? Had I call it an average jab. He wasn't flicking that motherfucker like I like to flick a jab. I like to see a jab. But he fought long, like he kept distance, right? But the nigga made fucking mistakes that got him knocked out. I surmise that Assad would do the same thing. He would look good for the first couple rounds and then would get knocked out on his feet, dog, because he gonna make mistakes. And this is the point. This is the difference between an expert and a non-expert. I guarantee you that a non-expert, a novice, is going to make far more mistakes than an expert will.
Yeah, I feel
that does
like
not mean that experts don't make mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like Asar can't beat Rolly, and if he was to fight Rolly would look like Tank Davis. I'm saying that's what I'm at with.
Oh yeah. Nah, I think that's even better now.
Yeah, you gotta beat Rolly, bro. Beat Rolly at least.
I mean, Assad nice what he do, like, yo, just imagine, yo, if Assad powers that shit all the way up. He would definitely have to throw away some of the shit he got.
We don't know if he nice because he ain't never fought Rolly. He just beating us.
I mean, he nice to us, yo. What you want me to say? Nigga, I only got.
But yeah, he nice to us.
Yeah,
But we don't know how nice the
Bahamas.
nigga is for real though.
Nigga, I'm just glad to be able to hear them niggas, you know, rap. You know what I mean? Nigga, how many linguistic niggas is talking to us?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Look, I enjoyed the tickets. The sparring match is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy the sparring match. I do. But it's like, god damn. Hey, cause you know how like when you take you know how like niggas talk shit about the sorriest professional battles. This nigga trash, right? And then but if you take the sorriest nigga on the NBA and put that nigga in the playground, that nigga to be the most dominant nigga you ever seen, you'd be like, that nigga, oh my God. Yeah. Like, oh shit.
Shit. Hey, yo, you know what's funny, yo? Like, you know, I've been on a lifetime fitness, right? Working out. And you know, the professional football players come in, and when I was a little younger, right? Professional basketball players come in and shit. And they'd be out there bitch toying with niggas, yo. I'm gonna give you 2 examples. No, I'm gonna give you 3. So, and I'm not gonna mention the basketball players' name. I'm not gonna mention nobody's name. Touch me. Some niggas made $100 million. I'm gonna hit y'all with that. Niggas coming there and be out there, bitch, just having fun. And if you talk just a slight piece of trash, yo, the niggas don't do me so fucking hard, yo. Like I never heard the rim sound like that, yo. Do y'all know when a professional dunk, yo, it sound like an explosion just happened, yo? Like all those side, yo. Like niggas underestimate when Shaq broke down the rim. When you see a nigga get dunked on, yo, this shit sounds different, yo. I done heard a lot of niggas dunking, but when a professional dunk, yo, it's different, yo. The nigga jumped over me out the gym. Boom! I was talking shit. The game was tied. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? The nigga was like, all right. The nigga turned it on. He didn't even turn it on, nigga. He just moved 1 inch and blew up the whole rim. Game was over with. He's like, boy, shut up with that shit on the trip.
Look, hey, I was at a basketball camp. It was Dominique Wilkins and Spudwell, right? Niggas was talking shit. Nigga Spudwell was on the sideline with like just regular some shit on, just a little regular plastic windbreaker pants, nigga. And that motherfucker got up off that fucking stool and permits to just destroying niggas. And Spudwell wasn't even he was in the dunk contest. Like he came off the bench. Man, that nigga, man, you ain't never seen a nigga look so good before. Like, nigga, you destroying nigga. That nigga 5'6", bro. 5'6", 5'7", destroying niggas, man.
Brent Grimes. Yo, he played for the Atlanta Falcons, yo. Cool dude. Nigga short, he's 5'8". And we out there playing ball, you know what I'm saying? And I'm a pretty good athlete, right? You know, out there playing ball and shit. He doing his thing. I got a tip ball, basketball, right? I grabbed the rebound. This nigga is about 5 feet in front. And I'm thinking the whole game, yo, what makes this nigga special? How the fuck is he playing in the NFL? Yo, I went to throw the ball over his head, and I put some height on it. That's what I'm saying. The nigga jumped out the gym.
Yeah.
No, listen, yo, so this is what I'm telling you. In my whole entire life, yo, I had never seen a nigga at 5'8" jump that high to get that ball. Yo, I'm saying before I threw it, I said, yo, I'm gonna put some height on this motherfucker. So I thought about it, right? I thought about it. The nigga went up, got it. I said, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I see. I was like, God damn. One more story to tell you the difference between an average fucking Joe and a pro. So I'm gonna say this nigga name, Rodney Harris. So he be on NBC. You know what I'm saying? He played ball at the gym.
Rodney Harris,
right?
play for the Patriots.
Yeah, play for the Patriots. Right. Yeah. So this nigga like to talk shit. Y'all already know I like to talk shit. Nigga, this ain't a sport, motherfucker. So I know I can talk shit to you. Right? All day talk shit, we talking shit, right? And the nigga is coming to the hole. Right? I'm thinking I'm gonna jump up and try to block the nigga shot. Listen to what I'm telling you, yo. 200 and motherfucking 35 pounds, right? When I jumped up the block the shot, I don't know what the nigga did. All I know is, nigga, I was on the ground. It was like a fucking 18-wheeler truck running into a fucking Pinto, dog. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, just to strip the nigga head, yo. I used to think, before that moment, a lot of y'all niggas not, before that moment, yo, I said, yo, I know that I could have played some fucking football. I swear. Nigga, after that moment, I was like, I went out there and got killed. You can't do what you think.
Yeah.
Hey, nigga, I'm telling everybody to say this. Nigga, y'all underestimate where the fucking expert is for real, yo. Like, niggas just downplay this shit. The shit been downgraded to some shit, right? And I don't understand, yo, because I really wanted to pick the pace up on the shit, right? When I came into community, I thought we did a good job of that. Now I see niggas is going back into that framework, but now all of a sudden they the experts. Like, that's nonsense. And to a some credit, right? At least he publishes shit. At least he writes it. At least it look like something. But looking like something, you know what I'm saying, could be fugazi against a pro. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying, Uncle, had you not had that experience, what would you be thinking to this day?